Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Fanfiction podcast. I'm so excited to have you here. Today, we're diving into a brand new story. What if Belle became a solo adventurer? Part 2-inch. Before we jump in, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear what you think. Message. You have unread mail. Whoa. With a blue screen suddenly popping into existence right in front of his face, Belle jerked backward with a startled yell. This also startled his goddess, who crawled up to him in concern. Belle, what's wrong? Are you okay? What did you remember? Hestia's words didn't reach Belle's ears, for the boy's focus was locked on the magic screen before him, and through looking at this screen, everything else came rushing back to him. Completing a secret quest. Becoming a player. A sudden error before a final flash of light. Belle. Hestia finally climbed on top of Belle and started shaking him back and forth. What's wrong, Belle? Do I need to get the nurse again? Snapping out of his trance, Belle faced his goddess and hesitantly raised a hand to point at the floating blue screen before him. Goddess, do you not see this? He stammered. Hestia from Belle to what he was pointing at, only to turn back to him with a look of pain. Oh Belle, don't tell me you've lost your mind now. Don't worry, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life if you let me dash. Goddess, I am completely sane, but I can see a magic floating screen right in front of me. Belle cut her off. Hestia stilled, registering his words as true. What? She glanced at where he was pointing again, but like before, she saw nothing. Belle, I don't see anything. Are you sure you're okay? She shuffled her position in front of Belle, and he was surprised to see the woman go through the blue screen. Am I the only one who can see this? I am, goddess, really. I'm confused too about what this is and why you can't see it, but please believe me. He practically begged. I believe you, Belle. Hestia immediately answered, taking one of his hands into her own, with a serious look in her partially swollen red eyes. If you're saying it, then it's true. Can you tell me what's on the screen? Belle took a breath of relief, glad that his goddess hadn't called him crazy. He then turned back to the screen curiously. It says that I've got unread mail. Hestia raised an eyebrow. That's it. Oh, yeah. Belle felt himself heating up by the second, realizing how weird this sounded. He knows his goddess must be speculating about his words even if they rang true to her. Luckily, Hestia seemed ever too willing to go along with him, not loosening her grip on his hand. Could you try opening it? She asked unsurely. Oh, right. Belle turned back to the screen, only to pause and turn back to Hestia sheepishly. Oh, how do I do that, exactly? Why was he asking her like she was supposed to know? Hestia deadpanned at him but didn't call him out, simply thinking of ways to open a magic floating screen that only her favorite human could see. Try touching it. Belle's eyes lit up before turning back to the screen, using his free hand to reach forward and mimic a tap, only for nothing to happen. Hestia saw his expression fall. Didn't work. No. Maybe it's a verbal command then. Belle muttered, then cleared his throat. Okay. Open mail. He jumped as the screen changed to another. Message welcome, player, unread. System update, unread. Daily quest. Preparing to become strong, has arrived, unread. Did it work? Hestia asked, noticing his reaction. What do you see? Oh, now it has a list of 3 different messages for me to open, I think. A moment of silence. Goddess. What is it, Belle? I'm so confused right now. The white-haired boy admitted, clutching his head with a tired sigh. I can guess why, Hestia said flatly. But if we want to understand what's going on, we gotta figure this out. Maybe this weird box of yours is why I can't give you my falna. Any exhaustion accumulating disappeared as Belle's eyes shot wide open. Open messages. He practically shouted. Alarm. The system will help the growth of the player's growth. Oh, if he fails to obey the system's orders, there may be a penalty. Your rewards have arrived. Belle stared at the screen in front of him, eyebrows furrowing. So there was a system, and he was a player. And the system would tell him what to do for rewards. Belle, don't leave me in silence. Tell me everything you see as you go. Hestia whined. Oh, sorry, goddess. It's just, I'm not too sure what I'm looking at. The box is calling itself the system and is telling me that it'll help the player's growth. That has to be me, right? Remember it calling me a player back in the chamber. A player. Bell tensed at Hestia's dry tone and sudden glare. Not that kind. He blushed as he flailed his hands. I think it means more like, in a game. Like tag or something. It's telling me that if I don't obey the system's orders, then there'll be penalties. But it also says that I've also got rewards right now. Hestia perked up. Rewards. Yeah. Bell breathed in ease. I'll see what they are now. Open rewards. Quest reward. Secret quest. Courage of the Weak Great Spellcaster Candiaru's Blessing. The Great Spellcaster Candiaru has gifted a special spell to you. Candiaru's Blessing will ensure that you will always be strong and healthy during your lifetime. Temporary effect will to rehabilitate. Any dismembered body parts are restored. Permanent effect, longevity. All diseases, poisons, curses, and status effects are healed. Sleeping will explosively increase regeneration ability. What? That's how I got healed. Bell exclaimed with bulging eyes. What is it, Bell? Tell me. Hestia shook his arm. I got some sort of ability that let me restore my dismembered body parts. That must have been how I got healed. So you can heal yourself now. Hestia exclaimed in awe. Oh, I don't think so, Bell admitted, intently reading the rewards. It says that it was a temporary effect, so probably not. But I also got 2 other rewards. One is the Great Spellcaster Candiaru's Blessing. Who's Candiaru? Hestia frowned. I have no idea, goddess. All it says is that I'll always be strong and healthy during my lifetime, whatever that means. Bell shrugged. Sounds good, though. What about the other thing? Hestia asked eagerly, surprisingly, invested in learning about this system, as any doubts about it had vanished after learning that it had healed Bell. It's a permanent effect called longevity. It says all diseases, poisons, curses, and status effects are healed, and that sleeping will increase my body's regeneration. Does that mean that I can heal if I sleep? And I'm immune to effects put on my body? Now that sounded absolutely amazing to Bell, as so many monsters in the dungeon could induce side effects on adventurers, like the purple moth's poison. It was why nearly everyone who levels up chooses the abnormal resistance development skill to gain resistance from these effects, but he just has an ability that permanently nullifies them. That sounds incredible. Hestia beamed. Now you can go in the dungeon and not worry about. The goddess trailed off as she remembered Bell's lack of her blessing, her expression dropping. But you don't have my falna, Bell. Can you even go into the dungeon without coming back to my familiar? Bell hated how frail she sounded. I still have messages left, goddess. I'll see if either can tell me what happened, okay. Bell tried reassuring, not wishing to see his goddess start crying again. The woman lightly nodded, trying to look hopeful. Once more, Bell turned back to the screen. Next message. Once more, it changed. System update. Due to the previously detected foreign power being absorbed and adapted, the system has undergone a system update. The update includes the following: happy smiley, the adoption of the stat measurements and leveling up mechanics of the foreign power. This is due to the player's familiarity with the foreign power and the potential of the skills and magic the player can gain from the foreign power's influence. The initial intelligence stat of the system merging with the current magic stat of MAG or of the foreign power, granting the ability to obtain magic that won't require chanting. The restriction on the number of magic slots has been removed. The sense stat, sen, are being added to the adopted foreign powers stat system. The sense stat increases the perception and intuition of the player and the awareness of his surroundings. Increases the ability to accurately sense the strength of enemies. The player now being able to print his own status. However, the player is restricted from forming links with divine beings. Any attempts to convert the player will be rejected. Your previous stats have been acquired. To see your status, simply state so. Bell was at a loss for words. No way, this can't be right, can it? There's no way. This should be impossible. Bell. Hestia gently called out to him, noticing his catatonic state. Status. He abruptly shouted. He needed to see if what he could see was true. Name, Bell Cranell. Level, 1. Job, none. Title, none. HP, 156. MP, 10. underscore 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 OSTR I-77-I-95 OVIT I-13-I-52 DEX I-93-I-96 OAGI H-148-H-191 AMAG I-10 ASEN I-10 remaining points 10 underscore 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 skills longevity. All diseases, poisons, curses, and status effects are healed. Sleeping will explosively increase regeneration ability. Magic development abilities. Oh God, it was true. He can see his own status. He can see everything. He has his own falna. He has his own falna. And it really has an extra stat category. A completely new one exclusive for him. But how? Bell had been confused about what the system had meant by adopting a foreign power. But if that foreign power had been his goddess's falna, then that meant that this system had the power to influence a god's ability. That it had absorbed a god's power and used it to give him, some kid from a random village, a falna of his own. What was going on? Goddess. He managed to breathe out, slowly turning his appalled expression at Hestia, who felt a little uneasy at the look. Yeah, Bell? She asked, biting her lip nervously. The boy hesitated as he wondered how to explain what he had just read, knowing exactly what it'd do to her. But he knew there wasn't any way to gently break it to the goddess. So with a heavy heart, he spoke. I can't ever receive your falna. I can't receive anyone's falna anymore. He saw the exact moment Hestia's world came crashing down. What are you talking about, Bell? Of course we can get you a falna. Get my falna back. Hestia formed a tense smile, strained of all hope, as she grabbed him by his shoulders. We just have to figure out how to fix this. I can ask my friend Hephaestus, or even better, Myak. He knows all about medicines and other things, so he can find a solution to this. I know it. Even though he so desperately wanted to agree with her, something told Bell that wouldn't be possible. This weird system probably isn't even much anyway. It can't be all that powerful, right? Right. Hestia desperately gripped Bell's shoulders as she urged an answer out of him, wishing for him to reassure her, to give her some sliver of hope. But Bell could only clench his eyes in frustration. Goddess. This system didn't just make it so that I couldn't receive a falna, it gave me my own. Hestia stilled, complete shock in her otherwise dull eyes. What? She croaked. Bell took a deep breath, bearing the stress on his shoulders. When I was about to die in the dungeon, the system popped up and offered me the choice to become some kind of player. And when it did, there was an error of a foreign power existing inside me. My falna. Hestia realized with an intake of air, her grip briefly loosening. Bell nodded, carrying on. The system then gave me an option. To expel the power, or absorb it. It absorbed my falna. But that's akin to part of my arcanum. Even if it's barely a minuscule amount, that shouldn't be possible. Hestia interrupted, unable to believe what she heard. I know, goddess. But I don't know what else to say. Somehow this system had the power to absorb your falna and convert it into one of my own. The status I see looks normal, but there are so many new things on it, things that aren't on the usual falna. I can even print my own status, goddess. Bell rapidly spoke. But the only thing I could think of that could mess with a falna is a god using their arcanum. And you said you got a blessing from someone named Candiaru, right? Does that mean another god stole you from me into their familiar? Hestia looked utterly devoid of life. From the prospect that someone else had forcefully taken her only child from her. Bell's eyes widened at the idea, but he couldn't help but feel that something didn't add up to hold that logic. I'm not entirely sure it's like that, goddess. This seems too unique to be the case of just any god using their arcanum, especially since doing so would only get them sent back to Tenkai. Nothing on my status says that I'm in Candiaru's familiar, and I don't even think the system intended to take another falna in the first place. because when it tried to accept me, it told me that a foreign power was stopping it instead of just saying it was just another falna. It's like it didn't even have the idea of the falna in the first place. It only chose to measure my strength like a falna after absorbing yours. So, I'm not too sure about anything else, but all the system said about itself was that it was meant to help my growth. That's it. And I think it just used your falna to help with that. Then, Hestia finally let her hands fall from Belle's shoulders, her arms dropping limply at her sides as her gaze fell with shadowed eyes. You really can't join my familiar again. Not ever. Belle's own stare went downward, his hands tightly balling into fists. I don't think so, goddess. A depressed silence filled the room, with Hestia sitting on her knees and Belle sitting cross-legged right in front of her. So that's it, then. Huh. Belle raised his head forward. What's it, goddess? You can't be a part of my familiar anymore. Heh, as I could even call it one in the first place. Belle's eyes widened at the hollow chuckle. Goddess, you were the one going into the dungeon and earning us Valis, and I couldn't even find anyone else to join us to help ease the burden. All I had to offer you was my falna and the Jagamarukan I brought back for us sometimes. I couldn't do anything else. It was hard to get by, but at least I had you with me. At least I had a connection keeping us together. But now, she finally raised her head, and Belle's eyes grew in horror to see his goddess giving him a smile. A broken, hopeless, empty smile, with tears falling from her lifeless eyes. Why you don't need me anymore? Her voice trembled. Congratulations, Belle. You no longer have this useless goddess holding you back. No, that's wrong. No. No. Belle practically jumped forward as he wrapped his arms around Hestia, pulling her head to his chest and holding her like his life depended on it. BB Belle. Not having expected this, the goddess turned completely red at the sudden contact. She was usually the one to initiate such passionate hugs with Belle, after all, not the other way around. You're not useless, Belle stated angrily. To me, you're my precious goddess. You always will be. He felt Hestia freeze in his arms. Be Belle. He took a deep breath. Goddess, when I first showed up to Ororio, I came to be an adventurer, you know that. But I looked so weak that not a single familiar would even give me the chance to prove myself. Even the smallest familiars wouldn't accept me because they thought they'd be feeding a mouth that'll inevitably die in the dungeon. I was completely alone. I didn't have anyone with me, and I had started to lose hope. He pulled back from their hug and his hands gently grabbed Hestia's cheeks, bringing her to look at his now crying eyes and soft smile. But then you found me. You found me when I was at my lowest and accepted me when no one else did. You gave me a chance even when you could have seen me as a small, weak boy that wouldn't even last a day in the dungeon. Belle moved a hand to gently wipe the tears in the corner of the goddess's eyes, the woman quivering as her gaze remained locked with the boy she had grown to love. Goddess, when I was in that room, I was scared, no, terrified that I'd die in there. But I thought about you. I thought about how much you needed me, how much I wanted to return to you, how much I wanted to return and see your smile again. Hestia's breathing halted at that declaration. You've done so much for me, goddess. You gave me a home, you gave reassurance and acceptance when no one else did, and you gave me hope to keep following my dreams. Despite her eyes still teary, Hestia gave him a flat look. To pick up girls in the dungeon and make a harem. That took out some of the wind in Belle's sails, the boy embarrassingly avoiding her gaze with red cheeks and an awkward chuckle. At least it seemed to lighten the mood. Well, I can't deny that, but... He turned back to her with a sheepish but blinding smile. But above all else, I want to be a hero, just like in the stories my grandfather used to tell me as a kid. And you gave me my first step in that. It doesn't matter that I don't have your falna anymore. It doesn't matter what kind of power I've got. You will always be my goddess. And if anyone were to ask me what familiar I'm in, I'll raise my head high and proudly say that I'm part of the Hestia familia and that I'll always be. He reached down and firmly gripped Hestia's small hands. I'll never leave you, goddess, I promise. By the end of his words, Hestia's eyes had widened to comical margins and were waterfalling. Tears. Belle, sniff Belle. Once again the goddess pounced on him, but the boy was ready for her this time, happily catching her in her arms and letting her cry into his chest. They stayed like this for several minutes, with Hestia repeatedly telling Belle that she was blessed to meet him and that he'll always be her precious child. Afterward, a comforting quiet filled the room, with the occasional sniffle coming from Hestia, as she curled up in Belle's lap, face still in his chest. Belle. Yes, goddess. I know you promised that you'd never leave me, but I want a guarantee. Belle blinked. A guarantee. A nod. Something that'll show that we'll never leave each other. Belle warmly smiled. If it'll make you feel better, goddess. She nudged him with her head. Hestia. Eh. The woman raised her head to reveal a pleading gaze. Call me Hestia, please. That's all I want. Belle somewhat panicked and started sputtering with a flushed face. But that'd be disrespectful to you, goddess. It'd only be disrespectful if a person doesn't want to be addressed casually. Hestia interrupted, looking a little angry. If anything, isn't even more disrespectful to deny when a god wants to be addressed differently. Belle froze at that, not having ever thought about it like that. I almost lost you, Belle. If you had died, it would have been with you addressing me like any other god. You know how important you are to me. She raised her gaze with begging eyes. Deed onto you. Belle was left completely unmoving with an unblinking gaze. What has he been doing this entire time? He thinks so highly of his goddess and has always been grateful to her for giving him a chance, for giving him hope and company, and yet he hasn't even been showing his sincerity for her, has he? He can't even do something as simple as call her by her name. How stupid. A gaze of certainty formed in his eyes as he faced the woman before him. I'm so sorry. He paused, then took a nervous breath. Hestia. Saying the goddess's name felt awkward coming out of his mouth, but it was so worth it by how the woman lit up like the sun. Belle. Hestia threw her arms around Belle's neck and placed her head on his shoulder, laughing happily as she held him tight. Thank you, Belle. I'll stay with you for the rest of your life. Belle softly smiled and closed his eyes, returning the embrace. And I'll do the same with you, Hestia. I'll make sure to get stronger and always protect you. Hestia giggled drunkenly at the thought of him shielding her like a knight in shining armor, really liking the image. But the duo's moment was interrupted as the door opened once again, with Ahmed walking in, with new bedsheets. But the young woman stopped at the sight of them and formed a look of surprise. You're still here. I assumed you would have left by dash. She paused, noticing the two's positions on the bed. A menacing glare formed on her doll-like face. Mr. Cranel, Goddess Hestia, we do not offer those sorts of accommodations. I apologize, but I must ask you to leave. There was an awkward pause before two faces burst with red. No, we were just dash. Hestia abruptly sat up while straightening her back, but by doing so, her large breasts shoved themselves into Belle's face. MMPH. Ah, sorry, Belle. Safe to say, amid dead gaze made it clear she didn't believe their following cries of denial. Turns out, having a magic floating box in front of you is really annoying when you can't turn it off, especially when you're trying to go back home. Belle learned this the hard way as he realized that the blue screen wouldn't vanish from his sight, not until he finished the last piece of mail he had to read. Or at least, that's what his guessing. So after changing to his normal attire, Hestia had to lead him back to their residence by the hand. The white-haired boy was red-faced with embarrassment the entire time, while his goddess absolutely reveled in holding his hand every step of the way. The only upside to the situation was that there at least weren't too many people out on the streets since it had become dark, so he wasn't stared at too much. When they finally made it back to the broken-down church and into their sleeping quarters, Belle was quick to pull his hand away with a sigh of relief. Finally, Hestia blinked and looked down at her palm, feeling the warmth disappear, then darted back at Belle with an angry, teary pout. You don't have to be so relieved about not holding hands with me, she whined. Belle awkwardly laughed as he sat down on the couch. Ow, sorry goddess dash. Hestia. His sweat dropped. Right. Sorry, it might take me a bit to adjust to that. The short woman put her hands on her hips with a HMPH. As long as you at least try to keep it in mind. Now, come on, Belle. You have one more message. You've got to see, right? Belle glanced back at his screen. Daily quest. Preparing to become strong has arrived, unread. Yes, something about becoming strong. Open quest. Quest directions. Daily quest. Preparing to become strong. Goal. Incomplete, push UPS or 0-100. Incomplete, sit UPS or 0-100. Incomplete, squats or 0-100. Incomplete, running, 0-10 km. Warning, failure to complete this daily quest will result in a penalty. Belle's expression became completely blank. Well, what is it? Hestia asked, noticing her non-official child's reaction. He hesitantly turned his head to the goddess. It's telling me to do exercise. Eh? Hestia gave him a questioning look, despite registering his words as true. You're serious? 100 push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and then a 10-kilometer run, all in a day, Belle stated, in a neutral tone. Huh. That's way too much for someone who just got out of the infirmary after being unconscious for 3 days. Just ignore that stupid quest, Belle. I don't know what's up with this system, but that's too much. Hestia stated in disapproval. Belle reread the quest, eyebrows furrowing. But it's telling me that I'll receive a penalty if I don't complete it. Won't that be bad? Hestia paused, only to huff in annoyance. If this little system is understanding and wants you to get stronger, then it should know that. You should be relaxing right now, Belle. And it's already too late to go exercising anyways. Just start that quest or whatever tomorrow. What's the worst that can happen? Whatever you say, God dash. A glare. Hestia. He sheepishly lowered his gaze. Hestia happily smiled. This would be hard to get used to, but Belle supposed that was his fault for always being so stuck up on treating his goddess's title with so much respect. Oh, I don't think I have to say this, but don't tell anybody about this system of yours. It doesn't matter if you can't be part of a familiar. The gods will see you as an anomaly and try to sway you to their side anyways. They live for entertainment, after all, and an adventurer with their own falna is too eye-catching to ignore. Belle then recalled something. That reminds me, goddess, do you want to see my status? Hestia's eyes brightened. That's right. You said you can print it yourself, right? Without waiting for an answer, Hestia jumped to an old drawer and yanked it open, pulling out a sheet of parchment before leaping back to the couch with her hand outstretched. Show me. She sparkled. Belle smiled at her childlike excitement, taking the parchment into his hands. I'm not sure how to, but I'll try. Print status. To his surprise, the parchment in his hands lit up in a dark purple glow, where words and numbers started developing. Purple. Hestia muttered in surprise, as status prints always glowed white whenever done. Whoever this Candiaru was, he was really contrasting himself with the other gods. She stared next to Belle as his sheet portrayed all the information about him. Status. Name, Belle Cranel. Level 1. Job, none. Title, none. HP, 156. MP, 10. Underscore 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 underscore. OSTR I-77-I-95. OVIT I-13-I-52. DEX I-93-I-96. OAGI H-148-H-191. OMAG I-10. ASEN OI-10. Remaining points, 10. Underscore 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 underscore. Skills. Longevity. All diseases, poisons, curses, and status effects are healed. Sleeping will explosively increase regeneration ability. Magic. Development abilities. While Hestia admired his stats, Belle stared curiously at the top of the page. What would have normally been the icon of fire in a bowl to represent Hestia's emblem was instead the simple word status in its place. Did that really mean that he really wasn't affiliated with any god? That all of these new abilities were his own and that the system was truly just meant to be something for himself? Questions to keep in mind. What's with this jump of stats? Your vitality and agility alone went up by like 40 points. Alone. And since when did you have 10 points in magic? You don't even have magic. Hestia exclaimed with bulging eyes. And what in the world are all these other things? MP, HP, job, title. She then took a giant gasp. You have an extra stat category. Belle chuckled. Yeah, when I said I had things different from a normal status, I meant it. The System had its own stat measurements but decided to use the falna structure to change it up. So, I think what you're seeing is a blend of the two. I'm still not really sure dash. He suddenly stopped talking, eyes shooting open in realization. Wait, I have magic points. He shoved his face into the parchment, staring close at it. I know. You shouldn't even have any points there until you actually get magic. Hestia declared. Bell stared at the page, reflecting on what the system had told him. It could be the system giving me a base stat to start with. It did say that it merged my magic stat with another one it had been planning to give me. My sense is also at 10, too, so I think that's it. Hestia rose an eyebrow. Sense? Is that your new stat? A nod. Apparently it helps me measure the strength of others and make me more aware of things, or something like that. Bell answered robotically, still stunned about his magic stat. Really? Sounds really useful. But what's with the rest of these things? Like the HP and... Hestia suddenly trailed off as a loud yawn came from her mouth, her eyes drooping. Bell gave her an understanding smile. I think all that crying has tired us both, Hestia. The goddess rubbed her eyes. Yeah, I guess all my adrenaline from worrying about you is gone now. She joked, eyelids feeling visibly heavy. Then let's continue looking over this tomorrow, Bell suggested, standing up and heading to the lamp Hestia had turned on, clicking it off. When he sat back on the couch, his goddess fell against him, snuggling up close. You won't disappear, right, Bell? Hearing her insecurity, Bell smiled before grabbing the blanket on the couch with them, wrapping the two in it. Never, goddess, never. He then felt her snoozing away on him, bringing a warm feeling to his heart. He let himself lay on the couch so his goddess was comfortably on top of him. As Bell lay in silence with Hestia in his arms, he went through a self-reflection of himself. He had wanted to be an adventurer, to go to the dungeon, to pick up girls and become a hero, like those from the stories his gramps had always read to him. But going through that chamber had changed his perspective a bit. Everything about that room had felt wrong, unnatural, horrifying. There were so many moments where the wrong move would have resulted in his demise. And even with his careful precision, he had still lost an arm. Bell now had a very vivid idea of how dangerous the dungeon was, fully understanding that anything could happen in it. Being trapped in that chamber had been the scariest moment of Bell's life, and he never wanted to feel that weak ever again. So a new resolution had formed. The will to get stronger, the will to survive, a will to pay back his goddess for her kindness, and ensure he'd never leave her until it was natural. Sure, he still had girls on his mind, but that motivation was rather small compared to his new resolve for strength. He had to be strong enough to protect himself and others, to go through any challenge thrown at him like he had done in that cruel room. He'll be sure to protect those he comes to love and care about, no matter what. As the rays of dawn pierced through the holes of the church, a Hestia hugged the blanket against her while mumbling in her sleep. Bell. Not there, Bell, you naughty boy, hee. Oh, Bell HM. The goddess's eyelids slowly cracked open, her body naturally realizing that her favorite source of warmth wasn't with her. She sleepily sat up and rubbed her eyes, taking a few seconds to fully start functioning properly. NGH. Bell. She blinked a few times to clear her fuzzy vision, then took a tired glance around the room, only to find that the young boy was missing. Don't tell me he left for the dungeon. That boy. She then glanced at the nightstand next to the couch, only to squint her eyes. Wait, but his gear is still here. Did he forget to take it with him as he left? But Bell would never forget something so important. So where did he go so early without it? As Hestia contemplated this, a bright flash suddenly filled the room. Gwa! The woman's eyes shot wide open as she jumped backwards, only to fall off the edge of the couch, yelping as she hit the ground. Ooh-ah! She sat up and rubbed the back of her head, only to completely freeze, her pupils shrinking in horror. Bell. On the floor in front of her with sand all around him, Bell was on his hands and knees with harsh breaths as he lifted his gaze, revealing fatigued eyes with his head and shirt soaked in sweat. At the sight of her, the corners of his lips rose to a tired smile. I'm home, goddess. He then proceeded to collapse face first to the floor. Chapter end notes. I hope you all enjoy what I did with the system and its interaction with the falna. I went down a rabbit hole around coming up with what I did, and I hope it's great in your eyes as well. However, if you really don't like how I changed the system here and believe it should be back to the original stat and level tracks as the actual solo leveling, then just say so. I really want your honest thoughts on what I've done with the system, and I can change things before the next chapter if things aren't satisfying, as I do plan for the next chapter to come out in a long time because of the other fix I've got to work on. Thank you all for reading. Until next time. Chapter notes. Belle starts preparing to become strong. I did it again. I wrote a chapter of something when I really should have been writing something else. Asterisk ahem asterisk my bad. I really shouldn't have made a third chapter of this already, as I should have been working on a chapter of Is It Wrong to Be a Hero in a Dungeon? Instead to even out the number of chapters both fics have. But you know how when you have an idea about the events of the next chapter and want to only note them down but then end up naturally writing out the chapter itself instead. Yeah, that's what happened to me. But hey, at least this means some chapters could show up pretty quickly and abruptly out of nowhere, right? I guess a lot of you are happy about this. In case you're wondering, I set 10,000 words as my bare minimum for each of the chapters one write, no matter what, so chapters of any fic I'm writing tend to take long. But I do want to say that I'm trying not to just forget or overlook other fics. As of now, a chapter of Is It Wrong to Be a Hero in a Dungeon is about halfway done at 5,700 words, while a Gala's Secret Miracle chapter has been at 3,000 words for a while now, because of the excitement both Damachi fics have caused me. Okay, I think I said enough. Most people don't tend to care much about author notes. Anyways, so, without further ado, let's get into the content. See the end of the chapter for more. He's not here. Notes. Iris' face held only disappointment while the miniature version of her pouted right beside her, for the small rabbit-like boy she had wanted to meet was no longer where she thought he'd be. I'm afraid not, soared Princess. Ahmed gave her an apologetic bow from behind the counter of the Dien-checked familiar pharmacy, which also connected to their palatial mansion with its own set of infirmaries. It's a shame, but I suppose it's not surprising given that the boy didn't hold any wounds on him in the first place. Finn Dame, a short blonde Paolum and captain of the Loki Familia, stated from Aris's left. It would have been best to arrive the day after returning from our expedition. Riveria sighed. From Aris's right. And all the while, Beat stayed in the back with his hands in his pockets, not looking at all interested in what was happening around him. My apologies, but you actually just missed him leave yesterday. Only just yesterday. But he hadn't sustained any wounds from what I found. Why was he only released yesterday? Riveria asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm afraid I can't answer that, Miss Nine Hells. Ahmed stated in a neutral tone. Patient. Confidentiality is very important for us. We can't share any of their conditions without their consent. But that shouldn't include his basic information, correct? Finn asked with a smile. If I recall, names, levels, and familiars of adventurers are always public per guild regulations, as new level-ups are always announced for reasons such as granting them aliases. Ahmed gave a small nod. That much is fine. His name is Bel Cranel, a level 1 adventurer of the Hestia Familia. Riveria frowned. A rookie adventurer from a familia I've never heard of. Which basically meant that they had nothing to go off of to actually find the boy. But Finn simply hummed, still smiling. This much is fine. Thank you for your assistance, DEA Saint. It wasn't fine for AIS. She had been feeling so conflicted over the last few days, wishing to apologize to the rabbit-haired boy she had let the Minotaur get to while also wanting to understand just what had happened to him in that odd room. But he had already left. Like Finn said, this shouldn't be surprising whatsoever, but there was still that lingering disappointment there, especially since she didn't know where to look for the boy now. So the group of first-class adventurers left the pharmacy and traversed through the streets of Rio, earning eyes wherever they walked. But AIS didn't pay them any mind as she hung her head, the smallest of sad looks on her face. Chin up, AIS, Riveria instructed, not even looking her way as they walked side by side. We're part of the investigation around that room, so if Shakti has already spoken with Bel Cranel, then I'm sure you'll be able to meet him. Riveria, too, had been wanting to see the white-haired adventurer again, ignoring how he had faintly resembled some of the small rabbits back at her native home. She had a hidden concern over how their group had found him on top of an altar, of all things. The implication behind such a thing had plagued the elf's mind over the last few days, wondering if that group had somehow returned and was for some reason committing something as barbaric as sacrificial rituals in this day and age. Granted, it wouldn't be the worst thing they've ever done, but that didn't make her feel any better, worse, even. But for now, her words seemed to have reassured AIS a bit, for the girl raised her head with her usual neutral gaze returning to her. TSK. I don't see why you'd care for some weakling. Beat clicked his tongue from behind. Reveria kept her composure to not roll her eyes at the werewolf, but she did send him a disappointed stare. How shameless. Have you forgotten that it was our fault that the Minotaur reached the upper floors and attacked that boy? We've yet to formally apologize for that. Hey, we left him that Minotaur skin, didn't we? That item originally belonged to him in the first place considering the circumstances, and it doesn't make up for any suffering we may have caused. He should just get stronger then, scoffed the Vanagand. Reveria decided not to bother any further with the wolf, simply shaking her head in disappointment as she faced forward. As for AIS, a small frown had formed from Beat's words. She never liked his attitude towards adventurers weaker than them, especially when he claimed it was all right to look down on them because they were stronger. So she decided to do as usual and practically ignore the male's existence, instead getting deep into her thoughts. She had woken up early as usual with the Loki familiar in their mansion, and they had all finally finished fulfilling their post-expedition tasks after the first few days back from their expedition in the dungeon. So with this, AIS and some of the Loki familiar's main core had decided to restock their supplies and check on the equipment they had sent for repairs. But in addition to this, Finn and Reveria had decided to check on the white-haired boy their goddess wanted to speak to. AIS saw how Loki's eyes widened more than anyone had ever seen them before, giving probably the clearest view of her red orbs ever imaginable. A room in the dungeon, with a kid in it. You've got to be pulling my leg, Finn. There, goddess questioned from the couch. Their captain shook his head with a small frown. You know I don't make jokes out of reports, Loki. After a lapse of judgment from me allowed a monster party of minotaurs to escape to the upper floors of the dungeon, one of them had made it all the way to the 5th floor. Loki hissed through her teeth. Oh boy, no one kicked the bucket, did they? Thankfully, no, Finn answered, earning a sigh of relief from Loki. However, AIS, Reveria, and Beat had chased it down but discovered that a dead end of the floor had actually collapsed, leading to uncharted territory behind it. What we found was a set of large, blue doors. Reveria cut in, next to a cross-armed, curious Gareth, the final main executive dwarf of their familiar, and behind them was a small cave that only contained a boy with white hair on top of an altar. Loki's eyes turned sharp. An altar. AIS guessed that Loki had come to the same conclusion Reveria had, that perhaps the altar had been planned to be used. Their vice-captain nodded. Yes, but the boy was perfectly fine, all things considered. However, that's frankly an odd factor of this entire case. Aho, how so? Loki asked curiously. There was not a single wound on him, nothing indicating any chase or struggle. No sweat, no scratches or dirt marks, nothing. The boy was clearly an adventurer just starting off in the dungeon, as the only piece of equipment he even had on him was the basic chest plate the guild provides in a starter set. And yet, he was in perfect condition but somehow ended up completely unconscious on top of the altar, without any status conditions, too, might I add. The Minotaur was dead. AIS herself added quietly, remembering what she had found. And there was an item drop of Minotaur skin left in the room. However, there was no magic stone or any sign of blood, despite Beat reporting the smell of it in that room, both the Minotaur's and a person's. Finn finished. So you're saying that a Minotaur collapsed the wall, chased the lad into that room, and it somehow died in there while the lad was left fine? Gareth asked, scratching his gruff beard. Why are you sure there wasn't anyone else in there? Loki questioned. Beat couldn't smell anyone else. And you know how hard it is to avoid a werewolf's powerful sense of smell. Finn responded. So if anyone actually knows what happened, it'd be the boy. Gareth sighed. Now ain't that interesting? The high-level adventures all turned to their goddess, hearing the change in her tone. Loki mischievously grinned as she rubbed her chin, an expression her familiar was very familiar with. It was the look she had whenever she found something of interest to her. sometimes being excessively so. All right, I'm invested. She clapped her hands together in excitement. You got the kids. Name and familiar. Finn shook his head. Neither, but we've taken him to the Dien-checked residence to recover. Then see if you can bring him here once he wakes up. I want to talk to him myself. Bring him. Any way you can, even snatch him off the street if you have to. Loki declared. Did you just insinuate us to kidnap an adventurer from another familiar? Reveria deadpanned. I'd prefer the term, escort politely. The goddess beamed. Everyone facepalmed. However, Loki hadn't considered how much post-expedition work there had to be done, and the core members of the familiar hadn't been able to formally take the time to leave and search for the boy, which led them to the present. By now, everyone in Ororio was aware of the room that had been discovered in the dungeon, and there was already a surge of rumors about it that had spread throughout the city. From speculation of a particular evil group of the past creating it, to it being made by monsters. But after the Loki and Ganesha familiars had thoroughly checked the room and found nothing of interest besides the altar, any excitement surrounding the area had died down. Now, besides curious adventurers taking a look into the room for themselves, there wasn't any more interest in it. People didn't even focus too much on the fact that a boy had been found in the room. If anything, they had been more riled up over how the fabled sword princess had carried a boy on her back out of the dungeon, and it appeared that it hadn't occurred to anyone that they were both the same person. It's a shame that Mr. Cranell has already left, but this most likely means that the Ganesha familiar has already questioned him, Finn stated as he led the high-class adventurers down the city streets. How so? Reveria asked. Once we had left the dungeon, I filled Shakti Vama in on the situation. She then told me that she'd check on the boy daily, so she's most likely already questioned him about what had transpired. So we should be checking with the Ganesha familiar, then. Reveria concluded. We could also check with the guild to see if Ganesha has reported Bel Cranell's testimony, as we are entitled to the information since we're part of the investigation, but I prefer to hear the account from Shakti herself if she was the one to question the boy. Finn glanced back at his three companions. Once we finish our other affairs for the day, we'll visit the Colosseum, where the Ganesha familiar should be preparing for the monster feria. Shakti should be overlooking them all personally. Is that all right? Reveria nodded while Beat grunted with acknowledgement, but AIS looked a little sad that they weren't immediately heading over to the place that could help find the boy. Don't worry, AIS, we'll get the chance to apologize. Finn smiled, noticing her mood. AIS hoped so. She really did. She also hoped that the boy was doing just fine. So let me get this straight. You were just sleeping on the couch with me, but then all of a sudden, you got teleported into a desert. Yes, goddess. Bel. Sorry. Yes, Hestia. A huff. Okay. And then these centipede monsters. Poison-fanged giant sand centipedes. What kind of name even is that? Don't ask me. That was what was above their heads. Hey, you saw their names like that? Yes, in red letters. Okay. Putting that on hold, the system then gave you a quest where you had to run away from those monsters for 4 hours straight. Actually, the quest was just to survive, but what I did was run 4 hours straight. Oh, Bel. Hestia. Yeah. Can you let go of me? No. I'm worried that if I let go of you, you'll just disappear again. Understandable. Hestia angrily pouted, eyes red and slightly watery after having finished crying for Bel's sake yet again. As indicated, the goddess had her arms and legs tightly wrapped around Bel's torso from behind as he sat slouched on the edge of the bed, her head on his shoulder as she grumbled about what had happened. As for Bel, despite the mounds of blessed softness on his back, he was too tired to even register or care about them, especially after what he had just gone through. He remembered sleeping peacefully with his goddess on the couch across, finally relaxing after the traumatizing experience he had gone through recently. But apparently, this Kandiaru guy hadn't made him suffer enough yet, for in the middle of the night, he had been abruptly awoken by shaking and read something about not completing the daily quest before a flash of light blinded him. Then, boom, he was in a desert. And if that hadn't been bad enough, a monster of enormous size, the biggest monster Bel had ever seen firsthand, second only to the Lord, had burst from the sand, followed by several others. Shameful to say, He had almost pissed his pants. But he didn't. So there was that, even when that quest had popped up next. Quest directions. Penalty quest. Survive. Goal. Survive until the time runs out. Time required, 4 hours. Time remaining, 3 hours 59 minutes 57 seconds. 4 hours. 4 hours. That was how long Belle had to run away from those giant, brown, red-eyed centipede monsters, terrified out of his mind the entire time. But he did it, and so, here he was, 7 in the morning after having woken up a few minutes ago by a frantic Hestia crying on him. A Hestia that didn't seem keen on ever letting him go now. Belle sighed tiredly. Hestia, I'm not gonna disappear again. That was because of the penalty. That happened because of the penalty. Hestia shouted, aghast. He winced at her volume beside his ear. Why yes, so. No skipping any quests from now on. Oh Belle, I'm so sorry. Hestia finally let go of her child in name and backed up, face scrunched up in guilt. If I hadn't told you to skip that quest, this wouldn't have happened. Too tired for high emotions, Belle simply turned around to face his goddess and pulled her into a hug with her head against his chest, gently caressing the top of it. Be Belle. Hestia's face flushed red from what she considered a bold move from the usually timid boy. It's not your fault. I would have skipped that quest regardless. Besides, I got rewards from it. Anyway, he stated matter-of-factly. Why you did? Hestia stammered, not knowing whether to be embarrassed, happy, or curious. Belle let go of the goddess and turned his head to stare blankly at the air in front of him. Message. Your rewards for completing the penalty quest have arrived. Would you like to accept? Accept. Refuse. He let out a tired sigh. Accept. Quest rewards. You've received the below rewards. Reward number 1. Status recovery. Reward number 2. Stat points plus 50. Reward number 3. Random box plus 1. Belle raised an eyebrow at the screen in front of him. What do you see? Hestia asked him. I actually see 3 different rewards. The first is a status recovery. A recovery for your status. What does that mean? Hestia tilted her head in curiosity. The snow-haired boy shrugged. Only one way to find out. Accept status recovery. Belle's tired eyes abruptly shot wide open as a subtle glow covered his entire body. Gone was all the fatigue he was experiencing, and so were the blisters and slightly burnt skin on his feet, leaving only a feeling akin to breathing in the morning air after having been kept in a stuffy room. Belle jumped to his feet, looking down at himself in wonder. I don't feel tired anymore. It completely healed my fatigue and even my blisters. Really? Hestia gasped. So a status recovery is like a heal. That's amazing. What else did you get? Now completely revitalized, Belle looked at the next reward. Next is 50 stat points. You get stat points as a reward. Hestia exclaimed in awe. And 50 of them. Some adventurers can't make that in even a day, but you get them as rewards. This completely defied everything about the falna and the world as a whole. Even gods can't just do everything the system had done without using arcanum, but using so much would guarantee being found out. So how was this happening without even a hint of divinity being detected behind it? Check status. Belle quickly said, to which the screen changed. Hestia watched as the boy stared into the air before him, only to recoil as he released a high-pitched sound from his jaw-dropped mouth. Belle, what happened? Rather than answer her, the level 1 rushed to the side and grabbed a sheet of parchment from the table. Print status. He didn't even let all the information develop on the sheet fully before shoving it into Hestia's hands, the goddess watching as the letters and numbers formed right on it. Name, Belle Cranell. Level, 1. Job, none. Title, none. HP, 156. MP, 10. Underscore 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 OSTR I-95 OVIT I-52 DXO I-96 OAGI H191-E498 OMAG I-10 OSEN I-10-by-66. Remaining points, 60. Underscore 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 underscore. Skills. Longevity. All diseases, poisons, curses, and status effects are healed. Sleeping will. Explosively increase regeneration ability. Sprint mana cost 5, +1 a minute. Activates to increase your movement speed by 30%. Costs 1 mana per minute to maintain. Your running has strengthened your legs. Unyielding spirit. When below 30% HP, all damage received is reduced by 50%. You have an unyielding spirit. Magic. Development abilities. Hestia's eyes bulged to comedic proportions. What the foo dash? It took several minutes for both Hestia and Belle to calm themselves down from the downward spiral of insanity they were going through, in which afterward, they finally took the time to calmly go over what they were seeing. First, Belle had gained just past 300 points in his agility alone, an unprecedented number that skipped 2 whole letter grades while nearing the end of the next one. Sure, Belle had run 4 whole hours alone from gigantic monsters in a desert, pushing his body to its absolute limits in terms of movement, but Hestia made it very clear that even if any other adventurer went through the same thing normally, they wouldn't have gotten as large of a jump in stats as Belle had. There was no way. And then there were the 2 new skills that Belle had suddenly received. It was rare enough for anyone to obtain a skill, and yet Belle had so easily gained 2 from a single quest. 2 amazing and useful skills at that. This all had to be the influence of the system. But the question was if both Belle's gain in stats and skills would be consistent with his battles. Would he gain a new skill each quest, or was this just more of a starting boon to help him out? Belle, this is insane. Hestia paced back and forth in front of the seated boy. I'm telling you, it's almost impossible for anyone to get a growth of stats like this without some kind of skill. Not to mention these actual new skills you suddenly got. This has to be the influence of the system. You've had it for like a day and already have months' worth of abilities. Belle nervously rubbed his hands together. Well, the system did say that its purpose was to help with my growth. I just didn't know it meant this fast. Yari. Belle, if any of the other gods find out about this, you'll never know a moment of peace ever again. Hestia huffed as she clutched her head. I know, Hestia. I won't let anyone else find out, Belle reassured. You better not. Since you technically won't be able to belong to any familiar, not being affiliated with one means you can get around many rules involving them. Everyone would want you just for that face alone. His goddess sighed, plopping herself right next to him. There is something I'm wondering though, Belle muttered, staring at his stats. What should I use all these remaining stat points for? Oh yeah, we were talking about your rewards before. You got 50 you can use, right? Hestia perked up. So you can just put them in any of your stats. I think so. I'm gonna try using some. He gave a quick gaze at his stats before making his choices. 5 points in strength, 4 points in dexterity, and 2 points in agility. A beeping sound rang in his head. OSTR I95-H100. OVIT I52. ODEX I96-H100. OAGI E498-D500. OMAG I10. OSEN I66. Remaining points 49. HM. What is? Hestia asked as she leaned her head against him. Well, since I can see my status at all times, it constantly updates each time my stats change, including when I input my stat points. So I don't think I'll be able to see the total amount I gain daily. Then try printing your status in the morning before you leave and again when you come back so we can see how much your stats jump. Hestia suggested. Oh, good idea. But we should be careful to hide it until I come back each day. Hestia nodded in agreement. So what are you gonna use the rest of your stat points on? Maybe my magic stat. Hestia raised an eyebrow. Belle, you don't even have any magic. Why invest your points there? But maybe it can help get me some. Belle sheepishly justified. The system did say. It'll be easier for me to get it, and once I do, I don't want my magic stat to be so low. You just really want magic, don't you? Yes. He didn't bother trying to hide it. Hestia sighed. Just don't dump all of your points into it. At least use some for that new stat of yours. Actually, didn't that grow too? How does that work? My sense stat. Oh, I'm actually not too sure. Bell scratched his head as he eyed the extra. Stat category. The sense stat is about me being aware, right? I did focus a lot on my surroundings as I ran in the desert so that centipedes wouldn't suddenly ambush me. So I guess you just got to be testing your senses overall. Seems easy enough. So did you gain anything else? You said you had 3 rewards, right? Bell's eyes lit up. Oh yeah. He turned back to the system screen. Accept random box. Suddenly a plain box wrapped in gift paper with a pink ribbon popped into existence on Bell's lap, making both mortal and goddess blink. Hey, what's this? Hestia asked. A random box. What, that's it? No description. The goddess gave him an incredulous look. Bell chuckled. No, but if the name is accurate, I'll just get something random from it. Oh, can I open it? I love things like this. Hestia asked, holding his arm with sparkles in her eyes. A smile formed on Bell at the deity's childlike excitement, to which he handed her that small box in his palm. Hestia wasted no time tearing the box open, and what was revealed within it was bandages. Her eyes immediately dropped in disappointment. Really, that's it? She grumbled, handing the item to Bell's hands. Plain bandages. Use on small wounds. You may keep this item in your inventory. Bell blinked. My inventory. At those words, the system screen abruptly changed into a grid of item boxes, one with the first slot containing a familiar item. Wait, isn't that? Bell instinctively reached into the screen, his hand disappearing behind blue electricity, before pulling out a dagger. The starting dagger the guild had provided him. It is. It's my dagger. But it shattered in the room. How is it fine now? He gasped, feeling the blade with his fingers. Bell, what did you just do? The boy blinked before turning his head and finding the goddess staring at him with eyes unmoving in a mixture of shock and bewilderment. What do you mean? Hestia sputtered incoherently before speaking. I don't know. You stuck your hand forward, and it disappeared in some blue electricity. Then you pulled out a knife. What was that? Bell blinked before looking down at his dagger and then at the screen, eyes shrinking in realization. Wait. Bell placed his dagger aside and hesitantly raised the roll of bandages passed to him by Hestia, slowly pushing it into the screen. Once again, blue electricity emitted from the screen as the item went inside, to which his hand returned empty-handed. And what was left was the roll of bandages now in the first item slot among many. I can store items. He breathed out in wonder, grabbing his dagger and pushing it into the screen as well, filling the next slot with it. I can store items, he repeated, enthusiastically. Seriously? How many? Hestia asked, completely entranced by the prospect. Bell looked at the many free item slots with even a scroll bar on the side. A lot. Even with his nondescriptive answer, Hestia accepted it and let herself fall back on the bed, clutching her forehead. Oh, for the love of every god's name, is there anything this system can't do? She sighed in defeat. It's better than me in every way. Bell turned to her with a sympathetic look. Hestia, you shouldn't compare yourself with a mysterious force that's almost gotten me killed twice. There was a pause. Then his goddess sat up, looking invigorated with clenched hands. You know what? You're right, Bell. No matter how many amazing things this system gives, it'll never love you like I do. I'd never do anything that'd hurt you either. I'm better than it, aren't I? Of course, Hestia. Bell smiled, for he knew that if he had to choose between the system and his goddess, he'd choose the latter without hesitation. Good. The goddess declared, a hand up in victory with glimmering eyes. Bell admired her until a dinging sound came in addition to a screen change. Daily quest. Preparing to become strong has arrived. Bell recoiled, the flash of giant centipedes bringing fear to his eyes. I got to do the daily quest again. Hestia paled. How much time do you have left? It's few, until midnight. Bell breathed in relief, with the goddess mimicking the action. That's good. I think you should just get it over with as soon as possible while I go back to work and hope the boss doesn't fire me. Hestia exhaled. I'm gonna have to skip the Donatus. 2. Donatus. What's that? Bell repeated curiously. Oh, it's basically just a meeting where all the gods meet up and talk about certain Things, like giving leveled-up adventurers aliases. It usually lasts for days, but since I already skipped a few shifts at work to stay with you, there's no way my boss will forgive me and let me take more time off. Hestia sighed. Oh, I'm sorry I made you miss your job, goddess. Belle muttered apologetically. Hestia reached up and grabbed Belle by his cheeks, pulling his head down to face her angry. Pout closely. Don't apologize, Belle. I'd throw everything away if it meant being with you. And stop calling me goddess. You were doing so fine calling me Hestia earlier. His turning cheeks red from the abrupt closeness with his goddess, Belle sheepishly smiled. All right. Sorry, Hestia, I'm working on that. And I'll do my best to keep being the best adventurer I can be for you. I'll go to the dungeon right after I finish this daily quest to earn us more Valis again. Hey, you're gonna go back to the dungeon already? The short woman let him go with concerned eyes. But you just recovered yesterday. Not to mention what just happened to you just this morning. But I feel fine thanks to the status recovery. Belle hopped in place a few times to show this. And if I get one after every quest, then I'll be able to complete it and still be able to go to the dungeon. I can't just let you work by yourself to support us. Belle, are you sure? Hestia asked, poking and prodding the boy's body. You're not forcing yourself to go back out there, are you? Of course not, Hestia. The level 1 said with an honest smile. I'm fine, really. Detecting no lie from his words, the goddess smiled back. Okay, Belle. She reached forward and pressed her forehead on his chest as she wrapped her arms around him. Thank you for still accepting me as your goddess. The boy returned the hold happily. Thank you for accepting me in your familiar in the first place. OSTR, H100. OVIT I52-I60. ODEX, H100. OAGI, D500. OMAG, I10-I40. OSEN, I66-I70. Remaining points, 7. This should be fine. Belle stared at his status with a smile, looking at how whole each stat number was. He didn't really know why he chose to make them like that, but it felt oddly satisfying doing so. He put away the screen after having put 8 stat points into his vitality, 4 into his sense stat, and 30 more into his magic, hoping that increasing that last one would help him obtain a spell like he had hoped. Magic. I would love some. The young albino boy followed the main road of Ororio, holding the roll of minotaur skin, wrapped in a cloth as he made his way toward the guild to sell it. Truthfully, Belle didn't want to part with the item drop so soon after receiving it, but he really couldn't do anything else with it at the moment. After all, he and his goddess were completely broke after 3 days of doing nothing, so he couldn't have equipment made from the item even if he wanted to. And I haven't even eaten anything for 3 entire days, have I? Belle wondered why he wasn't feeling absolutely starving right now, as he was feeling only the usual hungry he tended to be each day. But rather than think about it, he decided to just credit it to the system, which he'll probably do each time it feels like something weird is happening to him. And speaking of the system, Belle would have to figure out where to go each day to complete that daily quest. He'll feel rather self-conscious if he just goes around the city doing insane amounts of exercise with people watching him, but he can't really think of anywhere convenient where he could do everything and then immediately go to the dungeon. As Belle thought this, he heard laughter and looked up in time to see a small girl chasing a boy in his direction, neither looking where they were going. He stepped to the side and let the children pass him, following them with his eyes until his gaze caught onto Arario's tall wall at the end of the distant path. I wonder. Nobody ever went to the walls, right? And it's not like there are ever any guards positioned up there. Belle formed a satisfied smile from his conclusion, turning around with a plan in mind. After I sell the minotaur skin, I'll follow the other main road to the market area to get something to eat. Then I'll head to the wall entrance over there and dash. It was sudden, and only for a split second, but Belle felt something. He stopped in place, feeling like an intense gaze was peering into his soul. But as he sharply turned around to see who had their eyes on him, he didn't find anyone of notice staring at him. Had he imagined that? Weird. Guess he was just alert. An unauthorized force has attempted to peer too deep into the player's being. Rejecting unauthorized force. Belle jumped, eyes widening at the message. An unauthorized force. Wait, what does that mean? The sound of a thump came from the side. Bell instinctively swerved his head to the sound, finding his crimson eyes locking with the blue-gray ones of a human girl that had fallen to her knees. A girl trembling at the sight of him. She wanted him. That was what she thought the moment her eyes caught sight of the boy running down the street, watching as he stopped and moved aside to let some children run past. The boy had a soul like any other person, but what he had that they lacked was how clear it was. She had never seen anything like it. It was transparent and pure, a color she had never experienced. And not only that, but it was glimmering brightly, more so than so many others she's met before it. And not to mention, the boy himself looked like one of the youngest and most adorable adventurers she's ever met, with his snow-white hair and beautiful ruby eyes. But it was his soul that captivated her so much. It glowed brightly, a clear, blazing light that almost seemed to flare as if it had just gone through a tremendous ordeal that had brought a new burst of life. How much willpower did the boy hold, and what trials did he go through for his soul to be like that? What sort of color will it become? Perhaps it'll stay transparent and clear. She can only imagine all the things he could turn into. So she had been ready to meet him, to create an event, by reaching into her pocket to pull out a magic stone he had mistakenly dropped. But as she was about to call out to him, it happened. It started as two slanted purple orbs suddenly flashing within the center of the boy's soul, making her completely freeze. And before she could even process what they were, black burst from those orbs and completely enveloped her vision, the very world around her turning into a sea of endless darkness. And it was when only this darkness completely surrounded her that she realized what the glowing purple orbs were. Eyes. She was completely frozen within an abyss with this gaze of hostility, only able to watch as more started growing around it. A helmet with curved horns, flame-like purple hair bursting from its head, claw-like hands. Covered with jet-black armor as was the rest of his body, and a long, smoky cloak fluttering behind it. She didn't know what she was looking at, but it left her wide-eyed and shaking. Was she shaking? A being of war and power, being afraid. And yet, this monster only had to narrow its eyes to bring a chill down her spine. All it did was glare, but a message was sent. Don't touch. She couldn't breathe. The atmosphere seemed to vibrate from the sheer pressure of this figure, leaving her drowning in place, going to be swallowed whole under the darkness. Was this true fear? If it is, why is it that even though she feels so afraid, she also feels so excited? A clear soul, belonging to a boy who looked no older than holding 16, an adventurer, who looked as if he hadn't even started the dungeon, was holding something this dangerous. And yet, his soul was somehow pure. What did it mean? How was it possible? What is all of this? And just like that, it was all gone. For the moment she had blinked, all the suffocation was gone, and she suddenly found herself back on the main street, with the white-haired boy, examining his surroundings as if looking for someone. That was when her legs gave out. Are you okay? Bell completely overlooked the alert from the system as he rushed to the girl that had collapsed. He got to one knee and placed the minotaur skin to the side to solely focus on her. The girl was evidently a waitress, judging by the maid headband and white apron on top of the leaf-colored knee-length, long skirt. And being up close, Bell realized just how cute she was too, with bluish-gray hair done in a ponytail, matching eyes, and light peachy-colored, smooth skin. But he couldn't focus on that right now. He could see how much the girl was shaking. Can you hear me? Bell reached out and gently took the girl's hands into his own, holding them tightly to give reassurance. I'm here now. Just take deep breaths. Let me help. You back up. At the very least, it seemed like the girl had heard him, for she lifted herself with him as he helped raise her to her feet, slowly catching her breath with her eyes unmoving from his. Can you talk? Do I have to get anyone? Bell asked, not really sure how to help in this situation. The cute girl finally seemed to catch her breath and formed a somewhat shaky smile, lightly squeezing his hands. I am fine. Thank you. I just felt a little lightheaded. Thank you for being so kind. But Bell looked down at the girl's boots, noticing how they still shaking with the risk of giving way once more, the shakiness noticeably extending to the rest of her body. He couldn't just ignore that. But you're shaking. Are you sure, Dash? The next thing Bell knew, he was yanked from the girl's hands and slammed against the wooden wall next to them with so much force that he lost the air in his lungs. And before he even knew what was going on, Both arms were pinned over his head, and something cold pressed against his throat. When Bell opened his eyes and focused his vision, he saw a pair of sky-blue eyes. Glaring sky-blue eyes. They belonged to a beautiful female elf with short, gold-green hair, also wearing the same maid outfit as the other girl. But unlike the kind aura of the gray-haired girl, the elf's was straight-up murderous, made especially clear when Bell realized that the cold object against his Adam's apple was a dagger, making him turn pale. "What do you think you were doing to my friend, you scum?" She glowered. "Eek. Scary." The elf's tone was dangerous, and Bell could only squeak as his expression shifted to fear. Even if she wasn't the giant statue from the chamber, this woman was still super terrifying in of herself. What was even going on? What did he do? Had he done something offensive that he wasn't even aware of? Or was this actually some kind of setup between the two girls to rob him of everything he owned? Oh God, if they learned that he didn't even have any valis, would they drag him somewhere and force him to work for the rest of his life? "Awayuyu." The first waitress shouted in panic, her previous fear replaced with a different kind. She jumped forward and grabbed her co-worker from behind the shoulders, attempting to pull her away with her non-existent strength. She pulled him. She yanked again. "Go." The elf woman's head turned to her friend with a surprised look of confusion. "What? But you dash." As she started to speak, she withdrew her dagger and released her hold on Bell. But with the boy's heart rapidly beating and his flight or fight instincts heavily influenced by all the bad things that had happened to him recently, he was not gonna stick around for his current fears to come to fruition. So he ran once more. "I'm sorry." "Hey, wait dash." But Bell had already taken off down the street, crying out as he disappeared behind the small crowd that had started forming from the commotion. He didn't dare look back as he sprinted down the street before sharply turning through a few alleyways in case he was being followed. It wasn't until he was right by the guild building that he stopped and caught his breath, hands falling to his knees. That was scary. I might have to avoid that path from now on. He stood up straight and put his hands on his hips, taking deep breaths as he calmed down. Phew, well, at least I'm here now. I can thank Aina for telling my goddess dash. "Hestia, Bell. It's Hestia." The goddess's voice corrected him in his head. "For telling Hestia where I was." He took a few steps towards the guild, only to freeze as he realized something that made his expression turn blank. I left the minotaur skin behind." He didn't cry, but he was damn well close to. Especially when he realized he could have just shoved the item into his inventory so he wouldn't lose it. "Ryu, why did you do that?" Syr Flova fumed at her friend, Ryu Lion, who simply looked lost. "I don't understand. I saw you shaking as that man held you, so I had assumed he was doing something to you." Syr angrily, yet cutely, stomped her foot to the floor with a pout. "He didn't do anything to me. I felt lightheaded and fell to the ground. He only came over to help me back to my feet and to see if I was all right." Ryu's eyes widened before she slightly shrunk in on herself. "Truly?" "Yes. And now he's gone. I wanted to thank him too." Syr grumped. Meow made Syr angry. Whitehead looked so cute from behind too. How could Naya? Peeking from the doorway of the Hostess of Fertility, a popular pub where adventurers gather, were two cat girls that had seen a fair bit of the exchange between the trio. Both wore the same waitress outfit as the others, but the first had brown hair with matching feline eyes, while the second had green eyes and black hair. Could it be Ryu wanted the rabbit for herself? Chloe Rollo, the black-haired cat, continued smugly. "Oh, so Ryu is a bad girl after Nile." Anya Fromel, the brown-haired cat, giggled. Ryu sent a murderous glare at the two cats before shamefully turning back to Syr, who was picking up the roll of minotaur skin on the ground. "I apologize, Syr. I didn't mean to misunderstand his intentions." "It's not me you should be saying that to." Syr turned back to her, still pouting. "You made him leave this behind. You're gonna say sorry when he comes back." "Shouldn't that be if he comes back?" The last waitress, Lunoir Faust, a human girl with her own shade of short brown hair and eyes, poked her head out the pub entrance with the cat girls, deadpanning. Ryu might have frightened him from coming to this area ever again. Ryu meows a very scary face when she's angry. Anya agreed. The elf's cheeks lit up red as she grabbed her skirt, looking down in embarrassment. I'll make sure to be on the lookout for him so I can properly apologize. A bang from within the pub suddenly made the waitresses stiffen, a booming voice echoing. Inside. Oi, I'm noticing a lack of work being done. The waitresses wasted no time to scramble back inside the building, where MIA Grand, or Mamau MIA, a large dwarf woman with brown eyes and long, brown hair, glared at them. Behind the counter with her arms crossed. Sorry, Mama. Lunoir apologized for the group, the rest bowing before moving to continue their tasks. But not before MIA added her own thoughts about what she had heard. And Ryu, if you want to apologize to the guy so much, just bring him back here and show him a good time. She evilly grinned. The waitresses all froze while the elf became mortified, her lingering blush extending all the way to her ears. Mama dash. I dash. Why you dash? I will do no such thing. Mama MIA just laughed. I don't know what you're getting so worked up about. I was just talking about bringing him here for a nice meal. What were you thinking about? Realizing their boss's intentions, SYR jumped on the bandwagon and smugly smiled beside the elf. Aho. What dirty thoughts were you thinking of, Ryu? Don't tell me you intended to snatch him away from the very beginning. No dash. Ryu put her hands on her cheeks in humiliation. I thought dash. Ryu is a pervert, Nia Tilda. Chloe beamed with a hand to her mouth. I didn't think Meow had it in you, Tilda, Anya added with a grin. Who knew she liked them so young? Lunoir finished off with a giggle. Ryu ran to the back of the pub with her hands covering her face. It's been a while since I was here, even if it hasn't felt that long. Bell entered the guild with a small smile on his face. Despite feeling bummed out that he had left behind the minotaur skin with that waitress, he was still glad to finally be back in the familiar wide space holding counters and exchange areas. And, of course, best of all was the familiar half-elf passing by. His smile growing brighter, Bell rushed forward. Miss Aina. The brown-haired woman with glasses was walking with a stack of papers only to nearly drop them all from Bell's voice. The staff member stumbled in place before securing the stack, and swerving her head at the approaching boy, mouth opening as did her eyes. Bell. Bell. Aina rushed over to meet the boy and would have definitely hugged him had it not been for the stack of papers she was holding and how she had to maintain a professional demeanor with all adventurers. The two stopped before each other, with Bell looking up at her. You're okay. I was so worried about you, Aina said with watery eyes, only for a fuming face to form through it. When I heard from Misha that you had been carried out of the dungeon, I got so scared. What were you even doing on the 5th floor? You know better than that. An adventurer dash. Shouldn't be too adventurous. Bell finished, a sad smile forming on his face. I know, Miss Aina. But it really got out of my control. Aina blinked several times, noticing something off about the boy. So she held her papers with one hand before grabbing Bell's hand with the other. Come with me, she said in all seriousness, pulling him along. Hey, Miss Aina. Bell uttered in surprise as he was pulled past the counters. Soon, the two were in one of the small meeting boxes of the guild, facing one another. Bell nervously shifted in his seat under the scrutinizing gaze of his advisor, who was hunched over with her elbows on her legs as she stared closely at the boy. Bell, first off, I'd like to say that I'm relieved that you're fine. She started, expression unchanging. Thank you, Miss Aina. And thank you for telling my goddess where I was. Bell lowered his head in gratefulness, then raised it with a blinding smile. Aina managed to return it. It's nothing, Bell. It's the guild's job to let familiars know about sudden events involving their children anyway. Her expression changed back to a serious stance. Speaking of which, Shakti Vamar came to the guild to report the information she had obtained from you about what had occurred on the 5th floor. Bell tensed up at that. It made sense for the Ganesha familiar to report their findings to the guild in order to close the case, but a part of him felt nervous about how Aina would react to what many would consider unfathomable events, even if it was confirmed as truth by a god. But instead, he felt his heart stop at the heartbroken look Aina was giving him, a look he now decided he absolutely hated seeing on her. Bell, is it all true? Did you get chased by that minotaur into that room? Did you, really, lose your arm and almost get killed by those statues? Oh God, she was crying. Bell could only gulp as he tried to be as gentle as possible in his explanation. It's true, Miss Aina, But everything ended up fine in the end. I woke up without a single wound. Really? Instead of calming her down, Aina reached across the table and hugged Belle tightly, sobbing into his shoulder. It's not fine, Belle. You almost died. You were all alone in a room trying to kill you. You suffered through so much and made it back out. So many people wouldn't even think about heading back into the dungeon after such a traumatizing experience. Despite how nice Aina smelled and how soft she felt, Belle forced himself to ignore it as he spoke up. Why you believe me? He croaked. Aina pulled herself back from Belle, holding him by the shoulders and sternly staring at him with teary eyes. Of course I do. I know that you wouldn't just make up some story like that for attention. And Shakti herself told me that Ganesha and your goddess confirmed your words as true. Did she really believe in him that much? Belle felt a bit flattered. So, the guild is aware of all of this, then? Aina nodded, wiping her eyes. When the Loki familiar carried you out of the room, we investigated it through them and the Ganesha familiar. But nothing was found inside that room except you and the altar. So we're only really waiting for your account of events before we close the case. Does that mean the public knows who I am and that I was found in there? Belle asked, not wanting much attention on himself, especially now that he has the system. Maybe the people that saw you getting carried out, but it should be fine since it was early morning and there weren't many others to see you. Your identity wasn't shared with the public, but it is in our records as part of this case. I'm sure only Ganesha, his captain, and a few members of the Loki familiar are aware since they are on the case together. But none would ever share your name so easily. You and your goddess are also part of an unknown familiar, so no one would really know or care where to look for you. Oh, no offense. Aina sheepishly finished. None taken. If anything, I'm actually glad for all of this. Now everything can go back to normal. Belle smiled. Or at least, back to as normal as they could be. His sweat dropped, the system lingering in his mind. So you're truly just gonna go back into the dungeon like nothing happened? Aina asked, a sad look on her face. Belle met it with a determined gaze. I have to, Miss Aina. My goddess needs my support. Surprisingly, his advisor smiled. You really love your goddess, don't you? Yes. She's more than I could ever ask for. Belle exclaimed with no hesitation. Aina could only admire his bravery and determination despite being at such a low level. Then I'll do as I've always done and support you all the way. Just promise me that you'll be more careful, Belle. I am careful, Miss Aina. He received a thin mouth and accusing eyes. Then what just happened a few days ago? That was a complete anomaly. A minotaur shouldn't have been on the 5th floor in the first place. And everything else that followed after that was just bad luck. And who ignored my warnings not to go to the 5th floor until I thought they were ready? Belle didn't have a response to that and hung his head. I'm sorry. Good. Aina huffed, crossing her arms. So is it okay for me to go to the 5th floor now? Did you not hear what I just said? After suffering through another of Aina's merciless lectures, Belle finally left the guild with reluctant acceptance from the half-elf for him to go lower in the dungeon. He'll call that a small victory. But before Belle could even think about heading to the dungeon underneath the Tower of Babel, he had to finish that daily quest. He did not want to risk being taken to that desert again as centipede bait. Actually, now that he thought about it, where had he been taken, exactly? It couldn't be the dungeon, for he had seen an actual sun in the sky as he had run from the centipedes. But at the same time, wouldn't the world be aware of such vicious monsters living in a desert around the world? Then again, Belle himself didn't know much of the world outside Rio, so maybe it was just his lacking knowledge. He'll have to look into that later. But for now, time for that quest. Phew, it feels nice up here. Belle stood on top of Arario's enormous walls, wearing simply his usual brown leather attire. His initial hopes of the wall being empty were answered, and he found himself alone in a spacious area all for him to exercise on his own. Open daily quest. Quest directions. Daily quest, preparing to become strong. Goal. Incomplete. Push UPS or 0-100. Incomplete. Sit UPS or 0-100. Incomplete. Squats are 0-100. Incomplete. Running. 0.2 kilometer. Warning. Failure to complete this daily quest will result in a penalty. Oh, he had already run 2 kilometers traveling from the church to here. Good to know that. Any running he does will count toward the quest, especially since he does tend to run everywhere he goes in Rio. It's probably the best thing he's good at, although he doesn't really see that as a feat. But anyways, time to get started. Let's see, push-ups. Bell crouched down before positioning his body appropriately, to which he pushed himself up. Incomplete, push UPS a 1 or 100. This is gonna take a while. Ow, are you sure this information is all accurate? AIS wondered the same thing as a rare, distant look of shock formed on her face, confusion, and disbelief filling her from everything she had just heard. As Finn had instructed them earlier, the moment they had finished acquiring items and doing everything else that needed to be done, their small group of elites had headed all the way to the Coliseum of the Ganesha Familiar, being used to prepare for the Monster Feria, or Monster Fair, where monsters would be used as sources of entertainment through performances by the Familiar itself. Their group had found Shakti instructing her Familiar before she had spotted them, to which she had taken them to a room in the Coliseum, taking the time to explain everything Bell Cranel had told them once he had woken up. Suffice to say, the members of the Loki Familiar were left flabbergasted by everything they heard. Ankusha, I don't wish to doubt you, but this all sounds insane, right? Shakti answered Finn's words bluntly. It all sounds completely unbelievable. That room had been a chamber full of statues akin to at least mid-tier level adventurers, ones that had given Bell Cranel a trial where he had lost an arm and nearly perished, only be completely healed while erasing any signs of his struggles in the first place. Riveria was evidently confused and unconvinced based on her frown. Not to mention, how is it that every trace of what Mr. Cranel has claimed to be in that room suddenly vanished into thin air? Not every trace. The adventurers all turned their heads in surprise at the one who spoke. Beat was off on the wall, just to the side, leaning against it with crossed arms and a narrow gaze. What do you mean, Bait? Finn asked him curiously. He huffed. I told YA after we went back into that room, didn't I? I smelled blood, both the minotaurs and a person's, even a bit of burning. So, a small trace of their lingering sense was left behind. Riveria spoke, rubbing her chin with a complicated expression. Neither Lord Ganesha nor Goddess Hestia detected any lies from Mr. Cranel. Everything he had spoken was complete truth in his eyes. And if Mr. Loga's sense of smell is accurate, then he must have picked up when the Minotaur had its limbs severed and when Mr. Cranel suffered the same. As for the burning, that may have been either from the torches in the room, or the high-level spell Mr. Cranel had reported being fired from the largest statue that had disintegrated most of the Minotaur. That could also be why there wasn't a magic stone, because it had gotten disintegrated in the blast. Does that mean this all truly happened? Riveria considered, finding the facts to line up, yet finding no logic about this entire thing. It appears to be so, Miss Nine Hells. Shakti nodded. Throughout the exchange, AIS was silent as her hands tightly clenched in her fists, guilt and frustration taking hold of her the longer the results her familiar's mistake was explained. Her failure to act fast enough had that small rabbit go through something so horrible. Something an adventurer just starting off should never go through. Mini AIS guiltily curled up in a small ball just off to the side. I still don't understand any of this. Riveria scowled. Like Finn, she'd always try to find an explanation for every situation, or at least form theories that actually made sense. But with all the pieces being introduced, there didn't seem to be any coherent structure to explain the events that had passed. Why trap a single fresh adventurer in a room with monsters levels higher? Why didn't they kill him immediately instead of make him pass some kind of trial? What was the altar for if not for a sacrifice, and why completely heal the boy after being done with him? There just doesn't seem to be any reasoning behind all of this. The only thing I could theorize is that a god had created that room. Finn cut in, bringing a gasp from Shakti. Are you stating that a god may have used their arcanum in the lower world? It's the only thing I can think of to explain the reality-bending events we've been hearing. Either Bell Cranel has gone lucid in his memory, or everything he's stated is true, and with the evidence that has been presented, I'm more inclined to believe the latter. The Paolum frowned. But I know not of whatever reasonings for why a god may have created this entire setup, perhaps sick entertainment, perhaps a test, I do not know. Then what now? My familiar still has to focus on setting up the Monster Feria, so I can't take More time investigating this, and if what Mr. Cranell said was truly all he knows, then we're at a dead end. Shakti said. Finn rubbed his chin in thought. For now, perhaps nothing. Nothing. Both AIS and Shakti blinked. Aside from apologizing to Bel Cranell and bringing him to our goddess as intended, there isn't much more we can go off of. However, it would be best to keep an eye out for him afterward in case any new developments occur. If what he experienced truly was some sort of trail he passed, there may be results even he isn't aware of. Reveria sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. I suppose that would be for the best. My head hurts trying to make sense of all of this anyway. Do you know where he lives? AIS finally piped up, a faint quiver of her lip after learning what she had essentially caused to him. But Shakti shaking her head made the Sword Princess feel like she had just been denied a Jagamarukan. We don't. The Hestia Familia doesn't have a main residence listed in the guild, as the goddess Hestia has only descended from Tenkai recently and hadn't been able to upstart her Familia with the exception of Mr. Cranell. AIS looked down with a hint of sadness, clearly disappointed once more that there was nothing that could help her find the boy and apologize. There is a Donatus coming up, right? Do you happen to know if Goddess Hestia will be attending? Finn asked. Some hope returned. Shakti hummed. Lord Ganesha will be hosting the Donatus himself at his residence. And since he and Hestia are somewhat friends, there's a good chance she'll show up. Almost guaranteed, seeing how she must be facing financial issues. Ganesha speculates that she might come for free food. Shakti finished with quotation marks. I see. Finn's sweat dropped with an awkward smile, feeling sympathetic for the goddess's struggles. But in that case, I'll inform my goddess to be on the lookout for her at the event. Thank you for your time, Ankusha. I know you must be busy planning for the monster. Feria. It's nothing, braver. When you see Mr. Cranell again, give him my regards. Shakti bowed. Will do. With their business finished, the adventurers left the Colosseum and proceeded to head back to their familiar home, with AIS in an evidently downcast mood. After everything she had learned, she wanted to apologize to the white-haired boy more than ever. She wants to apologize to Bel. Yes, that's his name. Bel. But would a simple apology even be enough at this point? After all the pain she and her familia had caused him. Something the matter, AIS. Once again, Reveria called out to the girl after noticing her in a down mood. I'm assuming this is still about Bel Cranell. The blonde nodded. Reveria sighed and patted her back. We'll run into him sooner or later, and when we do, you can properly apologize. That didn't seem to quell AIS. Her eyes only further dropped. Would that be enough? The high elf raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? She turned her head and glanced up at the older figure. We got him hurt a lot, didn't we? Would saying sorry be enough? Reveria tilted her head. So, what is that you wish to do? She looked back down again. I don't know. I just want to make it up to him, AIS muttered, anxiously rubbing her hands together. Can you help me? Reveria blinked in surprise. She had never thought that AIS would ever ask her for advice on this sort of topic, and it really showed how much this whole situation had affected her. She even seemed to put aside her single-minded desire to get stronger and slay monsters. Perhaps, in addition to apologizing to this boy, Bel Cranell, Reveria will even try to see to it that he somehow further interacts with AIS with hopes that he'll bring out more from her that her familia couldn't. As AIS is the fabled Sword Princess, many people are wary of approaching her unless it's for some sort of gain, so she doesn't tend to make any friends or acquaintances unless they are from their own familia. And although she, Finn, and Gareth had raised her and knew almost everything about her, that also brought about a war between them, especially since they knew of her past. And even though more recently AIS had been getting closer to more of their familia, mainly Lefia, Tiona, and Tyon, there was just something that kept her from truly showing more of herself, more that maybe not even AIS herself knew of. But if it's AIS approaching someone, if it's her initiating a friendship, if it's with a new adventurer, one who wasn't even completely aware of Ayaz's status or past, would that be healthy for her? Would that be a good influence? And so, a thought came to Reveria's mind as she wondered how the girl should apologize to such a young, adolescent male. She wouldn't ever even entertain herself with such an idea. But for someone like AIS, it might actually work. So Reveria smiled as she lowered her head and whispered in the girl's ear, to which AIS listened closely before repeatedly blinking in surprise. That's it, she muttered as the high elf pulled back. It should be more than enough. Reveria smiled. If it's yours, then there is nobody who would not appreciate that. She tilted her head. Really? A nod. AIS faced forward and visually thought about it before pumping her fists in front of her chest. In an adorable determination, Mini AIS matching the action beside her. I got it. Reveria watched her in amusement, her smile growing bigger. Hopefully this will lead to something good. As for Ayes's thoughts, what her maternity figure had suggested certainly surprised her. But it was advice from her, so it'll hopefully work. So all that was left was to find the white-haired rabbit and put what she was told into use. She just hoped her lap would be comfortable enough for him. Chapter end notes. Phew. All right, that should be it for all the main setup and mechanic explanations for the system. From now on it should be smooth sailing for Bell to get to the meat of what the system throws at him. The first dungeon will probably be the next chapter. I'm still trying to plan out his pace for getting stronger and am thinking of making it so that it'll be a little more than what his growth skill and canon had given him before. For the early parts, I'll probably follow the main canon events involving Bell's fast growth but with different character interactions between him and others, such as what happened between him and Ryu just now. But once he gets his class, anything can happen. And yes, he'll get the Shadow Monarch class because why else would I have written this fic as a solo leveling crossover instead of a generic game of fic? It's just too cool. Oh, I hope 50 stat points each quest is good. I chose that amount because I figured in the context of how much the stats can rise for Bell from the system naturally, 50 stat points. Each quest feels like it'll have more importance in how he distributes them because it basically means he has to make more important choices with them. Like he can change the letter of any stat a lot of times by shoving all his new points in there, or he choose to split them in what can feel like a slower place. It just feels like the right amount to cause actual thought into how he'll split them. What do you think? Anyways, thanks for reading, and I hope you leave comments to give me self-esteem and motivation. Until next time, adventurers. Chapter notes. Bell doesn't know he's becoming popular. Woo. First chapter of the school year. And it's one a little longer than normal that I actually had to cut off because I didn't want to overdo it. Honestly, with this chapter done, I'll probably take the time to read and watch all the content around the franchise and see if I can get any inspiration and ideas from it. Considering that I have a few from what I've seen already. My notes at the end are actually gonna be pretty long and give you some insight on some things about this chapter and the fic overall. But besides that, happy reading. See the end of the chapter for more. Notes. Quest directions. Daily quest. Preparing to become strong. Goal. O complete. Push UPS O 100 O 100. O complete. Sit UPS O 100 O 100. Complete. Squats 100 O 100. Incomplete. Running 9/10 kilometer. Asterisk huff asterisk come on. Asterisk puff asterisk. Breathing hard as he ran on the walls of Ororio, Bell pushed himself hard despite his muscles burning and his heart working in overdrive to pump blood, for he knew that he was nearing the end of his goal. Just a little more. His eyes looked hazy, and his arms flailed as he continued forward until asterisk ring, asterisk. Alarm. Complete. Running 10/10 kilometer. Bell collapsed, falling to his knees with his hands pressing on the ground, sweat dripping off his snow-white hair. I asterisk huff asterisk did it. A wobbly smile made its way to his face as he caught his breath, taking big huffs of air until he could raise his head at the screen before him. Alarm. You have completed the daily quest. Preparing to become strong. Your rewards for completing the daily quest have arrived. Would you like to accept? Accept. Refuse. Taking another few breaths until he no longer felt like passing out, he spoke. Accept. Quest rewards. You've received the below rewards. Reward number 1. Status recovery. Reward number 2. Stat points plus 50. Reward number 3. Random box plus 1. It's the same rewards as yesterday. Bell noted, eyeing the first reward in particular. AC. Asterisk cough. Asterisk A accept status recovery. He wheezed. Just like the previous time, Bel's body suddenly glowed with a surge of wind circling around him, all the fatigue, soreness, and sweat being swept from his body like it hadn't even been there in the first place. The surge of energy Bel recovered had him jump back to his feet with a silly smile. It really feels like I just took a shower. He giggled. This is magic, isn't it? Does this mean I technically have some? Or is it more like the system does? Is the system magic itself? Bel still had absolutely no idea what in Hestia's name the system actually is, but he does. Have to admit, it's pretty neat. Ignoring how it didn't seem to have any qualms about nearly getting him killed repeatedly. I wonder how much the status recovery can actually heal me. It did heal the blisters on my feet. Maybe I could save it for the dungeon. At first glance, the idea seemed incredible to Bel. After all, having an instant heal with simply 2 words would be an absolute godsend in the dungeon. But thinking about it more, that'd mean I'd have to deal with soreness, exhaustion, and sweat each day and thereafter. Exercising. The boy cringed at the thought. Not only would he be fighting after expelling so much energy, but he'd also have to fight with the pain of his struggling body. Maybe once I get used to all of this. He shelved the idea for now. Accept stat points. Asterisk ring, asterisk. OSTR, H100. OVIT, I60. ODEX, H100. OAGI, D500. OMAG, I40. OSEN, I70. Remaining points, 57. 50 stat points. To think he'll be getting these every single day. Such stat gains should be what adventurers pushing themselves to the limit should get, and yet, here he was able to obtain them from a single quest of simply exercising. And speaking of exercising, why have none of his stats gone up despite doing so much of it? His agility had risen so much from that single penalty quest, didn't it? So why hadn't he gotten any stat increases from the daily quest? Unless the system follows the same logic as the falna. Thinking about it, it technically is my falna in the first place. Bel muttered, rubbing his chin in thought. Exercising intensely hardly ever brought any growth, if at all, to adventurers. If it were that easy, everyone would be doing it. No, it's only through one's choices, actions, and achievements that the growth of an adventurer takes place. And the best way to go about this: fighting, persevering, and committing. And it doesn't even have to necessarily be in the dungeon, although it is the best place to do so. So if the system follows the same logic, Bel shouldn't expect to ever receive any actual stat growth from the daily quest besides the 50-point reward. So, maybe taking the penalty quest would be better for him to get stronger. Bel shivered as the memory of the centipedes in the desert flashed by, recalling how he had barely been able to run away from the numerous ones chasing him at a surprisingly slower speed than what you would have expected from such giant monsters. He did not want to go through that again, and his goddess, Hestia, would kill him if he chose to do so, and his death would be via smothering. So yeah, no penalty quests. At least not for a long time. 10 points in vitality and 30 in magic. OSTR, H100. OVIT, I60-I70. ODEX, H100. OAGI, D500. OMAG, I40-I70. OSEN, I70. Remaining points, 17. That looked fine for now. And once again, Bel had quite a bit of satisfaction to see all of his stats look so even with zeros. Quite the sexy numerics. Okay, now. He looked at the last reward. Random box. Like before, another plain present popped up, although this time on the ground in front of Bel. He reached down and picked up the box, a childish excitement as he wondered what he would get this time. Would it be a weapon, a random monster drop, or maybe some super rare potion? Bel didn't waste a moment to tear open the box, only for his gaze to become perplexed. A sandwich. A plain sandwich. You may keep this item in your inventory to preserve its current state. Preserve its current state. Bel gasped. Does that mean he can keep food in his inventory, and it wouldn't spoil or even get cold? Even fresh, warm foods like soup. He imagined himself resting in the dungeon after hours of fighting, taking a seat before pulling out multiple warm, fresh, and delicious jagamarukans that his goddess would sometimes bring him from her job. He could eat such delicious foods without them getting cold. Asterisk gruel. Asterisk. Bel's cheeks turned red at the sound of his stomach, and he realized that he hadn't even eaten anything yet because he hadn't been able to sell the roll of minotaur skin in the morning. He looked down at the meal in his hands, yet was hesitant to eat it just by knowing where it came from. The system wouldn't feed me anything that'd kill me, would it? Taking a peek at the ham, tomatoes, and other plain ingredients inside the sandwich, another growl pressured Bell into giving the meal a shot, to which he slowly opened his mouth and took a bite of it. That bite turned into several others as waterfalls of tears rained down his eyes. Show good. Tilda, Twilight Manor, or Tilda. Okay, this time you've got to be pulling my leg. Finn sighed with a shake of his head. I'm afraid not, Loki. This information came from the Ankusha after questioning Mr. Cranel herself, and his experience had been verified as truth by two separate gods. Sitting at her desk in her office, Loki stared at her child with an unreadable gaze. In addition to the two, Reveria and Gareth were also in the room, the former standing while the latter relaxed on the couch. So, you're telling me that a level 1 newbie stumbled into a secret room because a minotaur had knocked down the wall, and said minotaur got blasted out of existence by a giant statue, surrounded by at least a dozen more, with each one being at least level 2, and, instead of getting turned to paste, the kid passed some weird obstacle course with them where he then just woke up. Are you sure he didn't just get high and end up crashing in the dungeon? Finn frowned. Loki, this is serious. Mr. Cranel had apparently lost his arm during the event, and Beat picked up the scent of blood and fire despite they having been none when we investigated the room. There had been something in there we haven't seen. I know, the goddess said as she threw her hands up. But are you sure the kid doesn't just have a loose screw or something? Or maybe he was drunk. I tend to forget half the things I've done whenever I drink some soma. Oh, speaking of which, Tilda. Loki, no. Reveria frowned from the side. Believe me, this makes as much sense to you as it does to me, but I had verified it myself that Bell Cranel was in pristine condition when we had found him. He didn't show signs of being under any kind of influence. It's all bewildering. Getting confirmation from her strictest child, Loki rubbed her head with a rare look of genuine, scrunched-up confusion. This all sounds like all those times I woke up after a night of fun. It then shifted into a devilish grin of excitement. I like it. This is getting more entertaining by the minute. Finn, you said the kid's name is Bell, right? You also get what familiar he's from. The Powlum nodded. I have, though I haven't heard of them before. He resides with the Hestia familiar. There was a moment of silence where Loki became uncharacteristically quiet, staring at her familiar captain with a blank gaze before abruptly slamming a fist on her desk. Huh? Are you shitting me? The room's occupants were all quite surprised by the sudden irritation from their goddess, watching as the redhead gripped her hair with a groan. Oh, no. Finn answered. Bell Cranel is a level 1 novice adventurer who joined the Hestia familiar not too long ago. Do you perhaps know her? Loki put an elbow on her desk and started biting her thumb, growling, me and the shrimp don't get along, with her big stupid lumps of fat. Gareth snorted with a cross of his arms. What? So you're jealous that she has bigger bazongas than you? Loki hissed like a cat. Moving on. Finn cut in before any more redundancy could take place. We weren't able to obtain an official place of residence to find Bell Cranel, as the Hestia familiar doesn't have one noted down. Loki smugly grinned at that. Huh. No surprise. I heard that Itty Bitty was mooching off of Feifei before getting kicked to the streets. You mean Hephaestus? Reveria raised an eyebrow. Yeah, that's what I said. The high elf facepalmed. I bet the shrimp is living at some dump. Loki laughed haughtily. But that's serving as a problem for us, as we don't know where to find Mr. Cranel, Finn pointed out. Loki paused at the realization, her face turning half-shadowed with a grimace. TSK. I almost don't even want to bother with Itty Bittis brat anymore if it means dealing with. Huh. She grumbled, leaning her head into her hand. That would be a problem, seeing as AIS wishes to meet Bell Cranel to formally apologize for what our mistake had caused him in the dungeon. As do we. Reveria said sternly. Huh. My AIS wants to meet a boy. Not happening. Loki shot up with a hand slamming her desk as the other pointed at her vice-captain. And didn't we already give him the minotaur skin to say sorry? Oh, for the love of. Reveria rubbed her temples at Loki's helicopter parenting and how Beat had said the same thing. It's amazing how you switched from wanting to meet the lad to suddenly wanting to keep him as far away as possible. Gareth chortled. I'll meet him, just not my AIS-tan. I don't want itty-bitty's brat getting any ideas. Loki clarified. In regards to meeting him, the Ankusha informed us that goddess Hestia will most likely be attending the gathering of the gods you'll be leaving for tomorrow. So if you truly wish to, have Bel Cranel speak of the events in the dungeon first-hand dash. I'll have to get chummy with itty-bitty, TSK. Loki's face once more shadowed in annoyance. You understand that you don't have to become her friend, right? Just ask for either a place of residence or arrange some sort of meeting between us and Bel Cranel. Reveria noted matter of factly. Yeah, I'll figure something out. Loki waved her off. So what's my little AIS doing now? Gareth chuckled. Tiona and Tyon dragged her away to ask what she learned about that room and the lad in it. Lefia followed right after them as usual. I see. We'll have to make sure they don't go around sharing that information. Finn stated. Then I'd suggest you move now. You know how loose-mouthed Tiona can be at times. Reveria sighed. Better that than your stuck-up royal mug. Gareth snorted. Says the one with that glib tongue. Reveria returned with a sneer. All right. While you do that, I'm gonna get ready for the good old banquet tomorrow. Oh, I could even put on a dress to make fun of itty-bitty for being too poor to even buy one. There. Goddess beamed. Loki, no. Loki, yes. Hey. Despite Bel's previous near-death experience, he surprisingly didn't feel any sort of dread returning to the dungeon. Walking down Arario's streets to the Tower of Babel, heading right for the first floor of the most dangerous place in the world, there hadn't been a moment of fear or hesitation at the thought of returning to such a place. Should he have received some sort of trauma? At that thought, the face of the Lord flashed through his mind, making Bel freeze with a shiver at the dungeon's entrance, making a few people give him odd looks as they passed. He had lost an arm, almost died, and had gone through something no average adventurer would ever go through in his lifetime. And yet, here he was as if nothing had ever happened. In the first place, shouldn't he be scared? Terrified? Then again, he had resolved himself, too, hadn't he? In that room, he had been all alone. In that room, he recognized that no one was coming to save him, that if he didn't do something himself, then he'd die. It was right there he knew that. If he genuinely wanted to be a hero who saved others, then first, he had to be strong enough to save himself. That sense of helplessness he had felt in the room. It had been just like his first week of showing up in Orario. He had been so optimistic when he had tried to find a familiar to join. But then his first rejection turned to 5, then 10, and it continued until he stopped keeping track to hold whatever dignity he had left at the time. He hadn't even been able to meet any of the gods or goddesses of those familiars. That was how bad it had been. It had been his first taste of how cruel people can be, and he had already been on the brink of losing all hope because of it. But then Hestia showed up, offering him a home and her falna when no one else had. She saved him. And Bel supposed that he hadn't learned anything from it. He had taken his time in his village and Hestia's help for granted. He had kept his optimism that things wouldn't be so bad, that even if he got into trouble and was suffering, maybe someone would show up to help him in the end, just as Hestia had. But when that crucial moment came to him in the dungeon, when he had needed help the most in that horrible room, no one came. That was when he had finally realized he couldn't count on others to save him. He couldn't be immature like that. He has to be better. He wasn't ever going to feel pathetic ever again. So, with his newfound conviction, he'd get stronger not only to save himself, but everyone else, too. He'd save them when they were going through the same things he had. He'll be the hero he wants to be and give people hope to better themselves, telling them they could be heroes, too. Just like the Argonaut. He had always been Gramps' favorite hero. Bel slapped both of his cheeks and stood tall with a determined gaze. He knows he's a bit of a scaredy-cat, but he won't let that stop him from doing anything anymore. Not when now he has the system to help him get stronger. He'll keep growing until he can get his familiar to the top like the Freya and Loki familiars. He'll keep growing until he becomes an icon, a hero to the people, just as Albert and the Argonaut had been. So Bel ran into the dungeon with an overabundance of energy. He went deep into the first floor, the dungeon's usual coldness and animosity welcoming him. Inside, and once sure he was alone, he stared into the air before him. Inventory. The system screen once more projected dozens of item slots, to which Bell reached in and pulled out his dagger with a smile. Item, standard issued guild dagger. Item class, E. Type, dagger. Attack, +5. A. He blinked several times to see this description in another box beside his dagger. Had he missed this the first time? He eyed everything about the illustration, engrossed in yet another new aspect of the system he hadn't known about. Class E. Is that like a rank to measure it? Like the ones for my stats. But stats go from I to S. Does that mean this dagger is pretty decent if it's at E? Or is either standard of the most basic items while Class 1 ones are considered complete garbage? Ones that are hardly in the state to be called weapons at all. Questions for later. +5 attack power. So the system also measures the strength of my weapons. Bell smiled. He then blinked, a thought coming to mind as he looked down at his chest plate. I wonder. Bell gripped his dagger before sprinting in another direction, going to one of the obscure corners of the first floor no one would ever bother to head to. Once he checked that the coast was clear, he took off the single piece of armor on him and examined it in his hand. Item, standard issued guild chest plate. Item class, E. Type, armor. Physical damage reduction, 2%. It even tells me the strength of my armor. Bell smiled at the confirmation, only to notice another notice beneath it. You may equip this item for its effects or keep it in your inventory. Wait, can the system equip my armor for me? Bell curiously wondered what that meant. Equip chest plate. The armor in his hand suddenly dispersed into holographic particles, making Bell gasp. It then returned to his body, tightly secured on his chest as if he had just put it on himself. However, it only appeared as a transparent holographic image before vanishing again. H-ha. Bell pat his chest in panic. He didn't just lose his only piece of armor, did he? *ring*. His gaze went up at another box that appeared. Equipped armor-type items will remain hidden unless the player chooses to display them. While hidden, armor-type items will act as if holding no presence when the player isn't engaged in battle. Otherwise, the effects of equipped items are maintained. Seriously? Bell's jaw dropped. Holding no presence. Does this mean that if he keeps it hidden, he can technically wear his armor at all times without it actually being there? Even when he takes a bath? Bell rubbed his chest again, indeed not feeling any armor over it. Display armor. His chest plate then materialized back in place, bringing a giddy smile to Bell. This is so cool. He squealed. For now, he'll make sure to keep any armor he wears displayed at appropriate times, like when he's in the dungeon. Other times, though, keeping it hidden but still on him might actually save his life one day. Like if the system suddenly decided to throw him on another suicidal quest. *crumble, *rumble, *. Bell jumped at the sound of cracking, turning his gaze to find the walls of the dungeon splintering open. He immediately got into a fighting-ready position as the familiar forms of two goblins popped out with snarls, their red eyes already focused on him. But then his eyes widened as he saw something above both goblins. Goblin. I can see their names just like the centipedes in the desert. So is the system gonna show every monster's name. Then, wait, but why are they dash? He didn't get to finish his mental question as both goblins were already dashing right for him. With snarls, Bell firmly gripped his dagger before returning the charge and slashing forward. Hup. Higher. And thanks to his newly increased speed stat, Bell made quick work of them with 2 slashes, cutting off their heads and dissipating their bodies in black mist, their magic stones being left behind. Having dealt with the monsters, Bell glanced back at the stones on the ground, a slight frown of confusion as he finished his previous thoughts. Their names were white. He remembered the giant-fanged centipedes having red names, but these goblins had white ones. Does that mean something? Man, just how much to the system is there? I haven't even found out what the job and title parts of it are yet. Deciding to just figure everything out as it came along, Bell crouched down and picked up both magic stones. Item, Goblin's Magic Stone. Item class, H. Type, Magic Stone. The magic stone of the weakest monsters. Can be used to poorly power appliances. You may keep this item in your inventory or sell it in the store. Bell curiously tilted his head. The store? Didn't I see something like that? Checking his inventory, Belle saw that it was only one of several tabs labeled, with the store being one of them. Wait, does that mean I can buy things? Store. Rather than an extravagant page of items popping up, a simple box did so. Buy, sell. Maybe it was on the next page. Buy. Alarm. Your status is not high enough to buy from the store. Oh, come on. Belle whined. He had been so excited to see what the system would have for him. Sighing in defeat, he chose the other option. Sell. Would you like to sell? Item, Goblin's Magic Stone. Quantity, 2. Oh, so he could still sell items. But there wasn't even a price shown. Meh, it's only Goblin Stones. Yes. The sound of dropping coins was heard, and Belle saw a new display of gold on the very bottom of the screen with a very meager amount. So now I have money for the system. Is it in the same, what's the word? Currency. Yeah, currency is Valis. Belle knows he won't get any answer until he actually unlocks the store, which means it's just another reason to get stronger. He stood straight and pumped himself up, fists clenched before him as stars shone in his eyes. Then maybe I can buy an amazing weapon with a super cool name. Like the Star, Destroying Blade of White Flames, or the Golden Thunder Sword of Hope. More crumbling once again broke his thoughts as more holes started appearing, with several more goblins coming out with snarls. Daydreaming later. Dungeon exploring now. And so, Belle spent the next few hours traversing down the dungeon all the way to the 5th floor, learning a few more things about the system while doing so. Sprint. The first was that mental commands actually worked to control it, such as activating his new skill. Alarm. Skill, Sprint, was activated. Movement speed increased by 30%. -1 mana will be consumed every minute. Belle felt light on his feet as he dashed forward with a sudden burst of speed, slicing through 4 kobolds instantly with his momentum, their heads flying before the monsters could even process what had happened. The adventurer swerved to a stop, looking as the monsters disintegrated into black with their magic stones being left behind. Sprint is so cool. Belle gushed as he ran back to pick up the results of his work. Another thing he had learned was that the mana mentioned in the skill is the MP stat in his status. So the number tells him how much of it he has left. Although, shouldn't he have a stat for mind if he has mana for his active skills? Unless mana is mined to the system. Yet more questions he can't really answer until it's relevant. And in this case, it'd be until he gets magic. Belle hummed at the thought of getting magic, hoping that investing his rewarded stats into the system would help him get a spell later. Speaking of which, he should look at the results of his hard work for the day. Status. Name, Belle Cranell. Level, 1. Job, none. Title, none. HP, 192. MP, 19. Underscore 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 underscore. OSTR H100-H136. OVIT I70-I83. ODEX H100-H148. OAGI D500-D525. OMAG I70. OSEN I70-I96. Remaining points 17. Oh, okay. Wow. Belle knew the system was terrific with the increased growth he received because of it. But, man, stats like these in a single trek to the 5th floor. Hestia wasn't kidding when she said no. One should learn about it. But wait, his magic hadn't gone up at all. Either that meant mind and mana were separate categories, or it'd only go up once he actually gets magic to use. And yet, his mana had gone up, so what stat actually influenced that? Belle had already guessed his health number went up as his vitality did, but what about his mana? Oh wait, can't he test this? Let's see. Finished picking up the kobold stones, Belle contemplated to himself. 4 points to sense. HP, 192. MP, 19. Underscore 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 underscore. OSTR H136. VIT RI83. ODEX H148. OAGI D525. Oh mag, I-70. Oh sen, I-96-H100. Remaining points, 13. No good. Then, 5 points to magic. HP, 192. MP, 21. Underscore 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 underscore. OSTR H136. VIT I83. OW DEX H148. OAGI D525. OMAG I70-I75. OSEN H100. Remaining points, 8. Aha! His eyes brightened. So my mana is connected to my magic. Which means, my mana and mind are actually the same thing. But sprint uses mana, doesn't it? Does that mean it's like I can use mind for skills now? I'll have to figure that out. Overall satisfied with what he had learned and his pouches filled with magic stones, Bell decided to head back for the day. And yes, he chose to fill his pouches with magic stones rather than conveniently stuff them into his inventory. He didn't want to explain to the exchange counter why he could miraculously pull them out of thin air. The weight of the stones also helped him decide when he should stop adventuring for the day and circle back. Although, despite having killed many monsters, he doesn't feel as tired as he thought he'd be. Not even the extra weight of the magic stones seemed to hinder him as much as before. Is it because his increased stats are already showing their results? Could he actually be ready for the 6th floor? Bell stalled in place, slowly turning his head to glance back at the deeper path. If he followed it now, he might be able to get into the 6th floor and get some experience there. He'd be able to get stronger. So, it'd be fine, right? No, I promised Miss Aina. Bell told himself with a deep breath. He remembered the last time he had gone down to a floor he wasn't supposed to. Miss Aina hadn't wanted him to be on the 5th floor even when he seemed to be such a natural at dungeon diving, yet he had ignored her warnings and gone anyway. And what happened? He got chased by a minotaur and ended up trapped in a room that tried to kill him. He'll promise himself to never head into a deeper floor without at least talking to Miss Aina about it first. And if she was against it, well, he'll get there when he gets there. But for now, he should get back before it gets dark. Outside, nodding to himself about his decision, Bell embarked back for the surface, not even considering how much he had changed in such a short time. Beel. Hey, despite all the times that Bell tended to get somewhat surprised by his goddess dive, hugging him out of nowhere, this time seemed obvious. Or had he finally started just expecting it? Weird. Either way, Bell caught his goddess as she slammed into him, holding her as she nuzzled into his chest with affection. You're okay, right? Nothing happened this time, did it? No sudden quests. No more rooms. No giant statues. Bell reassuredly pat his goddess on her back with a smile. Nothing happened, Goddam, Hestia. He corrected himself. It was thankfully a normal day, but I did learn a few more things about the system. Oh, like what? Hestia perked up, evidently eager. So Bell told her of his mana stat and how it might be related to, if not actually, his mind. He also told her how he could store food and see the rankings and effects of weapons, finishing by showing his goddess how he could equip and unequip armor at will and have it become hidden as if it's not even there. See, isn't it cool, Hestia? You can't even feel it. Bell beamed as his goddess felt his chest. Hi hee hee. Yeah, so cool Tilda. Hestia drunkenly giggled as she felt Bell's chest, even if it was covered by his black shirt. Chest was chest, after all. Hey, Hestia. Bell called out, noticing her seeming out of it. Hee. Hey. Oh. Hestia seemed to snap out of her trance as she jumped back with pink cheeks. I mean, yeah. That's so cool. And you told me there's a shop too. She quickly changed the subject, trying to make it look like she hadn't just been leering at him. Bell nodded. Yes, but it said I have to get stronger if I actually want to see what's in it. He said in evident disappointment. Then just get stronger, Bell. If it's you, you'll do it in no time. Hestia returned with a confident thumbs up that made her child brighten. Yes, Hestia. I'll make sure to make you proud. Oh, Bell, I already am, she returned, giving him another heartfelt embrace which, allowed her to shove her face into his unarmored chest with a drunk look. Hee Tilda. Not noticing her leering, Belle sparkled. Aye, and speaking of getting stronger, do you want to see my status? Hestia jumped back and looked up at her child with a childish pout. It should be me asking you that. She fumed, only to then turn and swipe one of the sheets of parchment on the nightstand by the bed before holding it up to Belle expectedly. But yes. Belle chuckled as he accepted the sheet. Do you have my status update from this morning? Hestia's eyes widened. Oh yeah. Let me find it. Hestia quickly returned to the nightstand and opened one of its drawers, pulling out the parchment and holding it up. Right here. Belle nodded before looking down at the empty sheet he held. Print status. Dark purple glowed as information flooded the parchment that Belle handed Hestia. First, his goddess looked at the sheet updated before Belle left in the morning. OSTR, H100. OVIT, RI52. ODEX, H100. OAGI, D500. OMAG, I10. OSEN, I66. Remaining points, 49. Then she looked at the newly printed one. OSTR, H136. VIT, I83. ODEX, H148. OAGI, D525. OMAG, I75. OSEN, H100. Remaining points, 8. Incredible. Hestia muttered in awe, staring at the alarming disparity of stats for a day. Such an enormous growth. She looked up at her only familiar member. Did you raise your magic stat with your points? She asked despite knowing it was the only way he could have for now. Belle nodded. I did. Oh, that reminds me. I figured out that increasing my vitality stat increases my health, and that increasing my magic stat increases my mana. Hestia repeatedly blinked in surprise. Wait, but wouldn't that mean your mana is your mind now? That's what I thought too, but I'm actually not too sure, Belle responded honestly. Because it seems like my skills can use mana, like sprint, so I don't know what that says about it. Hestia looked at Belle's status sheet and read the sprint skill. Sprint mana cost 5, plus 1 a minute. Activates to increase your movement speed by 30%. Costs 1 mana per minute to maintain. Your running has strengthened your legs. Did you use your sprint skill today in the dungeon, Belle? Belle suddenly resembled a large, excited puppy, making Hestia's heart throb. I did. It was so cool, Hestia. I moved so much faster than my level. It's amazing. Mentally absorbing the picture of how adorable Belle looked, Hestia nodded in understanding. And how did it feel? Did it feel like you were using magic? That made Belle pause with an unsure expression. I don't know. I've never used magic before, Hestia. Ah, right. How to do this, then? An idea came in the ever-so-genius brain of the goddess. Aha. Hestia snapped her fingers with a smile. Can't we just test if your mana is the same as your mind? Belle cutely tilted his head. How so? Hestia put both status sheets to the side to fully face her child. How about seeing if running out of mana would cause a mind down like running out of mind would? Belle blinked before gasping. Oh, that makes sense. So, I just have to keep activating sprint. Sure. Give it a go, Belle. Okay. Then. Belle stood in place before closing his eyes. Sprint. He felt the familiar feeling of weightlessness in his body, his form slightly vibrating at the activation of the skill. But because he wasn't actually moving, it deactivated as quickly as it came. Activating sprint costs 5 mana, so a few more times should be enough. Sprint dash. Alarm. Your mana is running low. If all your mana is depleted, you will suffer a mind down. Sprint, SP wait. Did I hear dash? ACK. Alarm. You have run out of mana. It felt like a cannon of fatigue had suddenly struck Belle's head. A wave of dizziness hit him as his eyes rolled to the back of his head, to which the world darkened as he fell forward. Guaha. Right on top of his goddess. Evidently, neither of them had thought this through. 5 minutes later, Okay, Belle. Please never do that again. I wasn't planning to, goddess. Came the groaning response. Laying down on the bed flat on his stomach, Belle had his head face down with eyes dizzy from disorientation as he tried to regain his bearings. Hestia was seated right beside him, rubbing circles around his back with a tired expression after having to carry her child on top of the bed. At least now we know that your mind is called mana now. But thinking about it, why did the system change the name anyway? Hestia asked. Bell turned his head to Hestia's side, groggily opening his eyes. Maybe because it also changed how it worked. I did just get a mind down using a skill of all things. So maybe my skills and magic use mana now. Increasing my magic stat did also increase my mana, after all. I guess that makes sense. Hestia hummed, not stopping rubbing circles on her child's back. Was that all the system changed about the usual falna format? Your sense stat and mana. I think we were gonna go over it last night, but then we had to go to sleep, and in the morning, that, penalty quest happened. Bell lazily turned his head so that his chin rested on the bed as he stared straight ahead. Status. Name, Bell Cranell. Level, 1. Job, none. Title, none. HP, 192. MP, 21. I can see my total health, and I also have job and title categories that you might have seen before, but I have no idea what those mean. And nothing came up when I tried asking the system about it. Oh yeah, that was on your status, wasn't it? Hestia exclaimed, turning around and grabbing Bell's printed status before taking a look at it. Do you have any idea what those mean, goddess? A tiny fist bonked his head. Do you have any idea what those mean, Hestia? Bell repeated correctly. Can't say I do. We'll have to figure them out later. Hestia responded with a huff. Anything else, Bell? Now that I'm thinking about it, I think the system update said something else. System update. Hestia repeated with a tilt of her head. Yes. When I first woke up and discovered the system with you, one of the messages given was the system update. It was a message telling me what absorbing your falna did together with the system, like adding the sense stat and giving me my own status to print. But I was so caught up on having my own falna that I forgot to mention the other things about it to you. Really? So what else did it do? Hestia asked curiously. Let me check. Bell blinked. System update. The informative screen popped up, and Bell ignored the parts he and Hestia already knew, looking at the one piece he didn't. The initial intelligence stat of the system merging with the current magic stat of MAG or of the foreign power, granting the ability to obtain magic that won't require chanting. The restriction on the number of magic slots has been removed. Bell read this part tiredly, only for his foggy exhaustion to disappear entirely from his now widened eyes as he stared at the screen. Bell. Hestia called, noticing his dumbstruck expression. He slowly turned his head to her. Hestia. What are magic slots? The goddess raised an eyebrow at the random question. Ow. From what my friend Hephaestus told me, it's just the number of spells anyone with a falna can learn. We call them slots because each person with a falna can only learn 3 spells at maximum to fill them out. Oh. Bell blinked, processing this information. His expression then turned blank as it truly hit him. Ooh. Bell. What is it? Hestia asked, suddenly looking very tired. Sorry, but one more question. Do all spells require a chant, too? Bell didn't think his goddess could look any more exhausted. From what I know, all magic should require some kind of chant. But I'm guessing it's not the case with you. Well. Bell pushed himself upward, sitting cross-legged in front of his kneeling goddess. Don't freak out. Bell, at this point, I think I'm numb to any more crazy shenanigans the system gave you. Hestia deadpanned. Oh, that's good. Bell supposed, because what else was he supposed to say? Okay, so, apparently, the system was supposed to have an intelligence stat, but that merged with my magic stat instead when it absorbed your falna. And, whatever magic I learn is gonna be chantless. Also, I don't have a limited number of magic slots, so I can probably learn more than 3 spells. Hestia stared at Bell silently for a few seconds, eyes half-lit with her mouth in a thin line. She then closed her eyes, pinched her brow, and sighed deeper than the bottom of the ocean. Yep, I'm not even surprised anymore. You really are just gonna change the world, aren't you? Bell. Bell sheepishly chuckled, rubbing his hands together. I think that might be far-fetched. Bell, I can confidently say that there will never be another adventurer like you. Hestia cut him off, now looking much more serious as she stared right at him. And if your fast growth is gonna be consistent, there's no telling just how soon you'll be able to level up. Bell's eyes widened. Why you think it'll be that fast? I don't know, but let me remind you, you're no longer normal, Belle. You're a complete anomaly with that system, so I have to remind you to never tell anyone about it. Not a soul. Belle looked sad at that. Not even Miss Aina. Belle. Hestia cried out, pulling her twin tails in frustration. I know she's a cute elf girl, but you can't let her seduce you into spilling all your secrets. Belle turned incredibly red. What? No. Hestia, it's not like that. I want to get stronger. Being on the 5th floor didn't feel any different than the 4th did. If anything, it felt even easier to take on with my new strength. I just wanted to ask Miss Aina if I could start going deeper into the dungeon if it feels like I need more. Hestia blinked a few times, a look of realization showing up. Oh, right. Even if your growth is fast, it's not like your advisor is just gonna let you go to deep floors so quickly. Can't you just choose not to have an advisor if all she's gonna do is keep you back? Belle frowned. Miss Aina has only been helping me ever since I became an adventurer, Hestia. He said, sternly. She's the one who taught me everything I currently know about the dungeon. She tends to worry a lot and make me overstudy about the dungeon, but it's because she cares about me. She just wants me to survive. I don't want to suddenly leave her like that, especially when she can still teach me all about the deeper floors before I go into them. Oh, Belle. Hestia muttered with a look of understanding. But it's too dangerous to tell her everything. Even if she's a guild worker protected under Uranos, she's still just a citizen, without a falna. If anything, her working for Uranos makes me nervous that whatever you tell her, she'll tell him. Who knows what could happen after that? Belle blinked, not seeming to understand the stakes. Who's Uranos? His goddess gave him a weighty gaze. Uranos is a god, one of the first gods to have ever descended from Tenkai. Some of us even call him the supreme god. Belle's eyes widened at the fact as Hestia continued. He's also the first god to ever bless a mortal with a falna, and therefore, the first to have ever formed a familiar. He's been on Gakkai the longest out of any of the gods and even helped with the creation of the guild. He leads the guild, Belle, so all the staff technically work directly under him, even if it doesn't look that way. So he's like a king of the god in Aura Rio. Belle asked, stunned. Hestia shook her head. Not exactly. I don't know too much about Uranos besides our occasional moments in Tenkai, but it's been known that he didn't descend to Gakkai for entertainment. He did it to help mortals when he saw that they were losing. Losing? Belle repeated in a whisper. Hestia nodded. You remember the Age of Heroes, right, Belle? How could I not? Gramps read me their stories every night. He answered, wondering why she brought it up. The Age of Heroes was what truly brought hope for humanity to fight against the monsters coming from the dungeon, with spirits blessing those like Albert and the Argonaut while others got their own form of power. Mortals finally had a force to fight back. Hestia turned her head away. But as time went on, these heroes started appearing less. Spirits weren't showing up, granting power as they used to because mortals had started trying to take and abuse their powers for themselves. And monsters were only getting stronger as more masses of them escaped from the dungeon. So Uranos showed up and gave them the falna. Belle realized. And that's when the Age of Gods started. Hestia finished. So, Uranos is here to make sure the world doesn't get destroyed. That's why he left heaven. Belle concluded, engrossed in the information. Basically, yeah. His goddess confirmed with a shrug. Then all the other gods started following out of their own impulses after learning how interesting the mortal world is. That's when Uranus changed his job a bit. He still focuses on keeping the world stable, but he decided to do it by taking the role of a ruler. No, not like a king. Hestia interjected just as Belle opened his mouth. But more of a being of order. He just keeps check over the other gods but doesn't actually interfere in any matters, unless it threatens Aurario's stability as a whole. He even made sure to disband his familiar and promised to never give anyone else his falna so that he didn't hold too much power and disrupt the power balance among the gods. Okay. Belle frowned. I guess I understand that he's more like a judge or something, but what does have to do with me? Hestia suddenly grabbed the sides of Belle's head and pulled him down close to her grave expression. Because it's known among the gods that he treasures order more than anything, Belle. And if He discovers someone like you who's completely out of any god's control with his own falna. Or hears about a god none of us heard of like Kandu Akando Dash, Ua Dash, Kandiaru. Whatever. That Candy guy. Hestia let him go while throwing her hands up. The point is, if Uranos discovers that you can single-handedly turn the world on its head, who knows what he'll do? Bell gulped a lump down his throat. You really think he'd do something? Hestia sighed, looking down with a scrunched-up grimace. I don't know, Bell. Like I said, I don't know him too much besides a few moments in Tenkai, but I don't want to find out. She then raised her gaze and poked his chest in emphasis. So that's why I don't want you telling your elf advisor everything. We don't know if she'll squeal. Bell's eyes fell, a sad look on his face. I guess that makes sense. I'm sorry. Hestia's stern gaze weakened when she saw how sad he looked. HNNGH. She hates it when Bell gets sad, but she has to be firm about this. Okay, maybe she can at least do something. Look, tomorrow when I'm done with work I'll come with you to the guild so we can talk to your advisor into letting you deeper into the dungeon, okay? As long as we're at least saying something to Miss Aina. Bell nodded, a faint smile. Showing. Are you sure you already want to start going deeper, Bell? You did just go through something horrible, she asked. He nodded, surprisingly not put off by the mention of his previous trial of pain. I'm sure, Hestia. I know it may seem like I'm being impulsive, but when I was on the 5th floor today, everything felt so better. I felt lighter, faster. The system has already helped me grow a lot, so much that the 5th floor didn't feel like anything to me. Bell gave his goddess an illuminating smile. And I want to keep getting stronger. I want to be stronger so I don't ever feel as weak as I did that day. So there won't ever be another moment where it feels like I'm about to leave you. Because I'm not going to leave you all alone, Hestia. I'll make sure to always be there for you like you were for me. Hestia's eyes swelled with emotion and even became a little watery. Beal. She dove at him, getting a yelp as he barely kept himself upright. Her head was over his shoulder, and her arms were tightly wrapped around him. What did I do to deserve a good child like you? I'll make sure to always welcome you home. She then pulled back, looking up at him with teary eyes. But please make sure you're careful and don't go plunging down the dungeon as fast as you can, okay? Know your limits. Bell gave her a nod. I will, Hestia. I will. Gruel. The two's moment was cut off by an angering grumble that came from Bell's stomach, which, in turn, caused Hestia to blink at the boy's frozen smile, watching as his face rose with red. Phut. She turned her head away as she tried to muffle her laughter. Bell groaned and covered his face with his hands. Why right now? He lamented. It's okay, Bell, Hestia reassured while trying not to show her amusement. How about we go out to eat? We should have some valis from selling that minotaur skin, right? Bell froze again, but this time, not out of embarrassment. He slowly moved his hands from his face, revealing a blank gaze. About that. Hestia's amusement completely disappeared into neutrality. Bell. What happened? After a short explanation about losing the minotaur skin, Bell had to spend the next hour keeping Hestia from running out to commit murder. After a night of sleep, dawn arrived. And with it, another day of work for Bell. Waking up, he immediately untangled him from Hestia's sleepy hold and went to Arario's wall to complete the daily quest, doing his 100 sets of each exercise before completing his kilometer run. And it was after finishing his run that he learned something. He really hates sweat-soaked clothes. Huff, puff, ua. Bell panted in place with his hands on his knees, relief filling him at finishing the quest. Again, only to cringe as he felt his shirt and brown coat stick to him due to how much sweat he released. Status recovery. Once more, a glow came and cleansed him of his exhaustion and filth, bringing a smile as he stood up and performed a finishing stretch with his arms. Maybe I should take off my shirt next time, he said to himself. Sure, Arario's mornings tend to get chilly, but it might make his exercising all the more refreshing. Moving his arms down, Bell moved on with his other rewards. 50 stat points in magic. OSTR, H136. Vit RI83. OW DEX, H148. OAGI, D525. OW MAG, I75-H125. OW SEN, H100. Remaining points, 8. Bell nodded to himself. Since discovering that mana replaced his mind and was connected to his magic stat, he had decided to invest his bonus stats in it. This is not only for his magic stat, to catch up to his other stats, as he doesn't have a way to increase it besides the daily quest reward, but he'll also grow his mana so he could keep using sprint and any other skills he learns in the future. Not to mention, hopefully it gets him some magic. Fingers crossed. Random item box. Anticipation surged through Bell as he picked up another present from the ground. What would show up this time? He opened the box up, and a key. Item, dungeon key. Item class, E. Type, key. A key that allows you to create an instant dungeon. You may use this at the saw. Entrance on Daedalus Street. Bell stared. He reread the description once, blinked, then reread it again. Once he realized that he wasn't misreading it, he paled. See created DD dungeon. He stepped back, eyes widening as his lungs took one of the largest breaths of air ever, then let loose. What? His scream was so loud that it reached the people below, many stopping as they heard it. But when no more followed, they all shrugged and continued their day like nothing happened. The system can create dungeons. The system can create dungeons. Bell was still repeating these words despite having gone through what was akin to a midlife crisis for about 15 minutes straight. And even after leaving Arario's walls and following the main road back toward the dungeon, he was still freaking out about it. There's no way, it's impossible, it defies everything he's ever known about the world. There has only ever been one dungeon, the one in the very center of Arario. And yet, he somehow possessed a key that would create another. Bell has no idea what it means. Will the dungeon the system creates be permanent? Or would it be a momentary thing? Would creating a dungeon also suggest that monsters would be in it? And if so, what kind? Just how big would the created dungeon be? Surely it wouldn't be the size of Arario's dungeon, right? Oh gods, he really has to start saying Arario's dungeon now. What even is my life? Bell moaned in devastation, clutching his head as he walked. Passing by the church that acted as his home since he was circling back. He did stop for a minute and wondered if he should go inside and immediately tell Hestia what he discovered, only to dismiss it and continue down the main road. It was too early to wake up his goddess and make her question existence. He'll do that later after they both talk to Miss Aina. Afterward, he'll see when he should take the chance to check it out. Because let's face it, he's gonna not ignore the key and risk the system's ire again. He'll have to go to Daedalus Street, an area he's never even heard of because of how new he is to the city. From where he is, he doesn't even know what's the first direction to go. Actually, where even is he right now? Bell stopped and looked around him, realizing he had been walking absent-mindedly because of the convolution he had tried to comprehend in his thoughts. Oh, right. I just passed home. I should be near the dash. Bell looked forward, and his breath hitched. A good few yards ahead of him was a pretty waitress sweeping the road right in front of a restaurant, the same waitress he had helped the previous day before almost getting extorted. He had been so lost in his thoughts that he had completely forgotten to change his usual path. And before he could even move, the beautiful human girl raised her head and caught him in her sights, eyes widening in recognition. With a comedic eep, Bell turned and bolted into the alley to the left, even going as far as to activate sprint to run away. Wait dash. As for SYR, she had only taken a step forward before her target of interest practically disappeared in a surprising burst of speed. She stilled, outstretched hand frozen in place as she processed what happened. She pouted and firmly gripped her broom. D's. SYR. Ryu called out, peeking out the open doors of the restaurant after hearing her friends' frustration. SYR turned to the elf and pointed at where Bell had gone. The boy from yesterday. He ran away from me. Ryu's eyes widened while two sets of laughter erupted behind her. Naya haha. He ran away from SYR. That's a first. Anya cackled. SYR got rejected. Chloe joined in. Better luck next time. Lunhua called from upstairs, where she had heard them. Should I go after him? Ryu asked, ignoring her co-worker's remarks. Oi, no running off during work hours. Mama MIA called out from the kitchen. If you wanna hunt some rabbit, do it after hours. SYR's pout remained as she turned back to the direction Bell ran. The cute boy had run away. Again, and from her this time. She understood that he had run away last time because of Ryu, but he shouldn't have had to be scared of her, too. She's too cute to be scared of. So that's how he wants to play it, hey? SYR turned and stomped back into the hostess, ignoring the confused SYR she got from Ryu in favor of cupping her hands around her mouth with a breath. If any of you find him and bring him here, I'll take your bathroom cleaning duties for the week. It's your turn, she called out. Multiple pairs of eyes dilated. After Bell's close call with the hostess, he traversed back into the dungeon and once again spent the following hours slaying monsters, rather effortlessly, might he add. He just felt so light. Even lighter than yesterday? Bell had just finished slashing yet another dungeon lizard when the actualization came to him, especially when he felt firsthand how his body's natural movements had become less stiff and more precise. Is this because of the system, too? But what could have? He gasped in realization. The daily quest. Bell had wondered just what had been the true purpose of the daily quest to make him do exercise of all things, going so far as to even give him a penalty if he didn't, but it made sense. That it had tried to get even his base body into the best shape possible if its whole goal is to make him stronger. Wait, does that mean? Bell excitedly looked down and pulled up his shirt, revealing his bare stomach. Disappointment came. No muscles. It's not like he had expected a six-pack, but he had hoped his body would look a little more impressive. Maybe one day in the future. But even if he didn't have such muscles, Bell was still pleased with how much better he felt. Overall, he didn't feel that tired despite how much time had passed and how many monsters he'd slain, and even with the several magic stones he'd collected, he could still fight fine with their weight. Crumble. Crumble. Bell tensed as he heard the walls crumbling around him, finding several dungeon lizards being born and already baring their teeth at him. A monster party. Despite the sudden ambush of monsters around him, Bell felt an odd bout of excitement as he spun his dagger and got into a defensive position with a nervous smile. The rest of the day flew by as he slayed one monster after another. As Bell lost track of time and nighttime came, a relatively significant event was taking place. Just on the other side of the city. The sky was dark, and the stars shone on a 30-meter-high, cross-legged, seated human-shaped statue with an elephant head and walls surrounding it. Such a flashy building was called the Ganesha, which, if said out loud, is exactly what you'd expect from a god who said his name every few seconds. But moving on to essential matters, within the giant statue acting as the Ganesha familiars, main base was where a gathering of the gods was taking place, not like the normal Donatus, which was usually used for important matters, but rather a party. This celebration of the gods was an event that could be hosted by any god on a whim, with invited gods choosing to attend just as impulsively. One such goddess attending the party was Loki, wearing a black dress and green earrings, with her hair neatly done in a fancy spiral bun. A strange sense of exoticism as always, the redhead muttered as she entered the Ganesha home, not getting over the outer design of the base. No, seriously, who puts the entrance of a giant statue at the crotch? I am Ganesha. Ah, right. Loki glanced over at the host of the party himself, Ganesha, who was standing in front of a set of extravagant elephant fountains spurring water. I'm happy that many of my colleagues were able to be here tonight. I love you all. And here's a reminder that the yearly Monster Feria hosted by my familiar is only 3 days ahead, so please encourage your familiars to attend. And once again, I am Ganesha. Doing well as always, ain't he? Loki muttered to herself. Continuing forward to the main floor of the party, she immediately moved to where many gods were gathered. Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, Tilda. She sang jokingly as she snuck around. Well, as much as a deity of her importance could sneak. Oh, look, it's Loki-chan. Such a pitiful goddess with a glorious lack of breasts. Loki froze in place as her ear comedically grew in the direction of a few gods. I've never seen such a steep cliff. You idiot, that's the best part. Loki stood tall as she gazed at the gods talking about her and sent them an innocent smile, making them avoid eye contact with sheepish expressions. After a few moments of staring at them, Loki turned and walked away with partly open eyes, her smile reaching ear to ear as it became sinister. I've got their faces. When I get home, I'll send AIS to move all their furniture 2 inches to the left. How devious. Oh. Look. Loki glanced at the sounds of admiration, finding the same group of gods she was plotting against, now staring in a different direction in awe. She followed their gazes and saw a familiar figure descending the stairs. Silver hair, purple eyes, skin as white as snow, and, wearing an elegant white dress to complement it, a star not even in her own show had arrived. The goddess of beauty. It Freya. Please step on me. Loki didn't even bother acknowledging that last statement, already knowing how weird people can get for Freya sometimes. Instead, she focused on the important question. What the hell is she doing here? Loki frowned as she watched her rival in power make her way around the room, socializing, with plenty of the deities practically desperate for her attention, which was concerning. It's odd enough she's here when she hardly ever comes to these things, but she's even playing nice and socializing with the other gods. I ain't buying it. She's fishing for something. I just know it. Now the question is, what was it? Meh, whatever. It's none of her business. And if it's just another unlucky sap that's drawn the goddess's attention, she offers her condolences. But for now, she has a shorty to find. Only, it's already been about 30 minutes since she's shown up, and she just can't find her. Loki had searched and waited in the proximity, even running into fellow respected deities, Dionysus and Demeter, along the way, but for the entire time, she had seen no hide nor hair of Arario's shortest goddess, and it was starting to annoy her. Who does itty bitty think she is, making her look for her? Is that shorty not here or something? I thought I'd be able to laugh at her for being poor. Loki whined as she stomped around the room, holding a hand over her eyes as they did. Another quick scan of the room again. While she again didn't see Hestia, she did see someone she knew was friends with her. And that person was Goddess Hephaestus, a fellow redhead wearing a red and white dress. Her right eye covered as usual. So, with a large grin on her face, Loki exploded into a cloud of dust as she sprinted across the room. Fei. Hephaestus turned her head just as Loki stopped right in front of her. It's good to see Ya. Hey, Loki. What a surprise. The smithing goddess responded, swirling her glass of wine a bit. I didn't think both you and Freya would show up at the same party. Me neither. But I'm guessing Freya is just here trying to find a new boy toy or something. Hephaestus gave Loki a look. And what about you? Loki responded with an over-exaggerated, scandalized gasp. What? It's a party, Fei. Am I not allowed to show up without a reason? Boo dash. There it is. I heard that a certain shrimp was coming, so I wanted to come and laugh at the poor goddess that can't even afford a dress tilde. The smith frowned. Really? You came all the way just to spite Hestia? At that, Loki pouted as she crossed her arms over her non-existent chest. It ain't the only reason, as much as it hurts to say, I actually got to talk to her. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow of her single eye. Why? Business. That brought a snort from the one-eyed goddess. The day you and Hestia do legit business is the day Ganesha stops saying his own name. Not that kind of business. As if itty bitty will ever have anything for me to want. I just need to know where she is. Have you seen her? Hephaestus shrugged. Nope. I don't think she showed up. Otherwise, I'm sure I would have already seen her. Ransacking the tables for food. At that, Loki turned away while biting her thumb in frustration. Growling. I came all this way, and she ain't even here. Doesn't she know how busy I am? I got girls to fondle. Heh. Hephaestus replied flatly. Loki turned back to her fellow goddess in an obnoxiously sweet manner, even going so far as to hold her hands together by her head while making a W-shaped mouth. Hey, Fei tilde you itty bitties fwiend. White? Can you to me you to find Hugh? Ooh. Cross veins popped on Hephaestus's forehead as her wine glass cracked, her closed eye twitching. Loki, do us both a favor and never speak like that ever again. Fair enough. I regretted it the moment it came out of my mouth, Loki cringed. So can you tell me where I can find the shrimp? Before Hephaestus could even answer, a new voice cut into their conversation. Aho, is that you, Loki? Both goddesses turned their heads to see Arario's most captivating beauty approaching them. Hey Freya, you hardly show up to these little parties. Nice to see Ya again. Loki said, even if it wasn't entirely truthful. You make it seem like you haven't seen her in forever. Hephaestus remarked. We did see each other from time to time, but haven't held any conversations. Freya said, with her usual smile. Oi, I made myself open to talk, you know. Not my fault. Hm. Freya closed her eyes and took a small sip of her fruit wine before speaking again. Perhaps. But we're here now, so I suppose we can take the chance to catch up. I've only been hearing good things about your familiar as of late. Things must be going well for you, no? Loki grinned. Hell yeah. All my children are my pride and joy. AIS is as cute as always, and everyone else is. Always doing me proud. They just came back from an expedition the other day. How wonderful. Although, I was quite surprised to hear about what had transpired in the dungeon around your children. Freya implied. You're talking about the room they found on the 5th floor, right? Hephaestus frowned. The one discovered after one of the minotaurs Loki's familiar dash, she paused. Chased head. Broken down a dead end of the dungeon. Loki appreciated how Hephaestus didn't just call out or insult her kids on the minotaurs they had basically caused to run to the upper floors. It was why she liked the blacksmith, and not just because they shared the same colored hair. Yup, one of those muscle heads ended up on the 5th floor and toppled down the wall. It was a real shocker to hear. But there really wasn't anything inside when my kids came and killed the thing. Just rock, some old altar, and an unlucky adventurer that the minotaur had chased inside. Loki waved off. It was the official story she and Ganesha had given to the public regarding the room, even before Itty Bittis Brat had woken up, and keeping it that way after hearing the report of what the kid had supposedly gone through. Oh yeah, I forgot someone ended up in there. I've honestly heard more about the sword princess carrying out someone on her back. Hephaestus offhandedly said. What? However, that brought a cry of outrage from her fellow red-headed goddess. I didn't hear that my AIS had carried the brat on her back. She started literally waterfalling. Tears as she clenched her hands against her chest. I'm so jealous. Then, with a sudden surge of determination, Loki shook a fist upward, still crying. That's it. I'm gonna go home and have her spoil me rotten. Wait for me, AIS. And just like that, Loki took off so fast that her speed blew at the clothes and hair of the other deities, making the females cry in alarm as they held down their dresses while the males shamelessly tried to peek underneath. Loki. But you dash. Oh whatever. Hephaestus dismissed with an exasperated groan. She never even got an answer on where Hestia is staying. She sweat dropped. It still amuses me to this day to see Loki so different. Freya giggled. You'd almost forget how she was one of the many gods that used to fight one another to the death for fun. I guess Loki's just taken a liking to her children, but she really does get tunnel-visioned whenever it involves the sword princess. Hephaestus sighed. Indeed. With a last sip to finish her wine, Freya placed the glass on the table on a tray next to her and gave her fellow goddess a polite nod. I suppose I'll be on my way. Already? But you haven't even been here for an hour. Hephaestus asked in surprise. I merely wished to check on something, but it appears my endeavors haven't borne any fruit. Hephaestus blinked a few times as she felt Freya's aura change. She still had her smile, but it felt like there was more behind it, something not strictly positive. But just what did she want to check? I bid you farewell. Freya finished, turning around and making her way toward the exit, ignoring all the gods that stood taller in an attempt to be noticed. First Loki wants something with Hestia, and now Freya is looking for something herself. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? While Hephaestus was left in her uneasy thoughts, Freya left Ganesha's home feeling a rare case of frustration, not that anyone could ever tell under her elegant appearance. No matter how many deities she had spoken to, she couldn't obtain any information on the red-eyed, white-haired boy she had seen. No name, no familiar, nothing. She had his appearance, but she still had no idea where to actually find him. Not only that, but it appeared that SYR may not have better luck meeting that precious soul, considering the unfortunate misunderstanding that had occurred between him and Ryu. And while Freya could ask her children to personally go searching for that boy, it'd draw all of the jealous eyes of her familiar right on him, and she knew how they could sometimes be. For now, it seems that having Otter search for information will have to suffice. As for herself, she'll make sure SYR keeps an eye out for that soul to apologize and acquaint herself with, but she can also spend her own time finding him through her divine mirror. It shouldn't be hard to spot him and figure out which familia he belonged to if she watches him long enough, because she just has to have that soul. She has to understand it. Freya had burned the image into her mind, not only the pure, transparent soul full of burning determination, but also the thing that lay within. It almost seemed like another soul coexisting. With the boys, the foreign entity with an aura as dark as night itself, yet holding purple. Flames of overwhelming power that had felt primordial, shaking the goddess to her very core. It had been such a foreign feeling, the fear she had felt in the presence of such a thing. Body quivered as she recalled what she had experienced when peering into the boy's soul. The sense of being trapped, being at the mercy of something she couldn't comprehend. Even if a part of her was unsettled by the entity that felt like a threat to her very being, it also left her wanting more. It intrigued her. It captivated her. How could a boy with a soul so clear somehow hold something so dangerous? She wanted him. She had never wanted anything more in her life. She wanted him so much that she had almost forgotten her initial desire to find her precious order. Unless, of course, Freya found herself uncharacteristically gigging madly the entire way home. Chapter end notes. Okay, remember what I said last chapter about getting the basic things of the system out of the way? Sorry, still needed to have Belle learn a few things that I thought should be mentioned. I know at times writers like to skip stuff they think just clumps the story, but I think it needs to be clarified to someone like Belle who has something completely otherworldly in him and doesn't even know what to think about it. It's all still the story. Set up stage, you know? And this is especially the case since I've been made aware that there are some people reading this fic but haven't actually looked at solo leveling as a whole. As for the pacing of Belle's growth, the official plan is for it to be around the same as canon until he levels up, because afterward is when he'll be getting the job change quest. And after that, that's when all the good stuff of the system will come, including some original things I'm honestly really excited about. I know overall that this chapter seems to be one of those a whole lot of nothing chapters, considering that I'm sure many of you just want to see all the best parts of the system already and didn't want the history lesson of Uranos and the age of heroes and gods, but it just kinda ended up happening. I just thought that he and Arario's history should have been a little more explored in detail while also having Belle truly understand the scope of his powers in terms of how Arario would see it. So overall, I think everything I put in this chapter was right. However, I honestly did want the chapter to leave off right as Belle was getting into the instant dungeon, but I noticed that I had already written 12,000 words and didn't want the chapter to be too long. Don't worry, though, next chapter Belle will be going into the instant dungeon and completing it. And I promise I won't keep repeating every little detail of what Belle does with the system and won't have the same notifications pop up each time because that can get annoying. Once a mechanic or something is introduced, I won't always show every instance of the system messages popping up for it unless it's worth mentioning. Lastly, just want to say that Loki has been surprisingly really fun to write. I have a bit of a soft spot for trickster characters, and writing her out has been great. Anyway, I know long author's notes are dreary, so I'll finish it off her saying thank you for reading. I'm gonna be working on new chapters for to be anyone but me and the Legend of Zelda. God bless this wonderful hero, so hope I can get chapters for those in the next few months despite the college work of 4 upper classes. Oh shit, that reminds me. I haven't actually posted to be anyone but me on fanfiction.net yet. Should probably do that. But until next time, Pickaboo signing out. Chapter notes. Belle goes to a festival, not really. Hello ladies, gentlemen, and all the other groups out there reading this. Here we are, once again with a new chapter. Woo. I'm still on that final year of college train, and got 2 quarters left, hopefully, and maybe a few summer classes before I finally graduate. I actually return to classes tomorrow as of posting this, so right on time, you can say. And about my Link X Konosuba story. I really had meant to update that and had even started a good portion of it, but IDK, between finishing classes and then using my break to play the new Mario Bros. Wonder game, getting into a Harry Potter fanfic rabbit hole. I will not be writing one of those, sorry, and holiday stuff. I ended up using my remaining free time to write something easier to do and get out before the next school quarter, and that was both the Danmachi fics because they are still in the early parts of the story and therefore was simpler to write. I'll probably continue trying to write that Konosuba fic, but it really depends on how bad the workload looks for this quarter. So wish me luck, and sorry if it takes like another 3 months to update this again. I'm still in the last year of college, so gotta hustle. Enjoy reading. See the end of the chapter for more. Notes. Belle left the dungeon just as the sun fell behind Arario's walls. The ruby-eyed boy felt excited, yet anxious, as he made it out from underneath the Tower of Babel. There was just so much in his head right now, from what had already happened to what would happen not far into the future. Not only was he feeling less sweaty than all the other times going into the dungeon, but he also didn't feel as exhausted. Sure, some tiredness was there, but nothing as bad as how he tended to feel after his usual dungeon runs. This has to be because of those daily quests the system is giving him. It'll make slaying monsters and collecting magic stones so much easier. He's already collected more stones than he usually gets, with all of it even on his person rather than in his inventory, yet it didn't seem to hinder his movements at all. Not only that, but after initially discovering the food-preserving aspect of the system, yesterday, Hestia had given Belle a few fresh Jagamarukans to store and take with him on today's dungeon run, which he had taken out during lunch. And sure enough, those potato treats had come out as warm and fresh as the day Hestia had given them to him. The system is amazing. And yet, it's also terrifying if what Belle held in his inventory was real. A key to create an instant dungeon. He could only hope Hestia wouldn't immediately pass out after hearing about this. They already had other things to worry about, mainly going to the guild and asking Miss Aina about letting him go to lower floors. Hence, he was running down Arario's streets to meet his goddess at the Jagamarukan stand where she works. He'll probably tell her about the key after meeting with his elf advisor. There's no point in giving Hestia stress before it. And speaking of his goddess, he conveniently found her just finished cleaning up and getting paid as she waved goodbye to her old boss, turning around just as he was showing up. Belle. Hestia ran over and gave him a big hug, as she usually did, before pulling away and looking up at him with a bit of worry. Nothing happened, right? The boy chuckled as he shook his head. No, everything went fine today. Even better than fine. Those potato treats were a blessing. Hestia gasped. So, it works? She asked, hinting at the system preserving food. Belle nodded happily, bringing an excited squeal from the goddess. I'll make sure to get you as many Jagamarukans as possible so you never grow hungry in the dungeon, Belle. Hey, you don't have to dash. I will. Okay. Belle knew better than to argue with his goddess about something involving his well-being. Now, come on, we got to go talk to that half-elf advisory of yours. Hestia said, huffing a bit, in annoyance at the last part. Her name is Miss Aina, Hestia. If you want me to use your name, then you should at least call others by theirs. I don't even know why you don't like her. She's only ever been helpful to me. Belle said in absolute seriousness. That did bring a bit of guilt to the goddess, especially remembering what Aina had done for her. He hasn't come home yet. Hestia had mumbled to herself, waiting nervously in the basement for her only child to return for the day. He was an hour late from when he'd usually get home, and the longer Hestia waited, the more unease pooled in her stomach. Maybe he had gone somewhere for the night and had forgotten to tell her? Or maybe he was just getting held up at the guild. Because there's no way her only child. A cold dread unlike any other abruptly hit the goddess in her chest, eyes widening with her blood turning to ice. She felt it. She felt the small part of her arcanum left with her only child's falna suddenly flicker out of existence. It was so sudden, so out of nowhere. All deities knew what it meant. Hestia couldn't breathe. She all but collapsed to the floor, choking on nothing as her hand clenched her chest tightly. She didn't know when she started crying, nor could she hear her own wails that suffocated the room, but she couldn't stop it as it all exploded out at once. It was as if a knife had plunged into her chest and twisted. No, even that couldn't hurt as much as she felt at this current moment. Her Belle, her precious Belle, her only reason for being here. Gone. Hestia. Goddess Hestia. Hestia didn't even register the voice of Belle's half-elf advisory already in the church. Her own screams and sobs were the only thing in her head as the basement doors opened, and someone ran in. Hestia. Are you okay? It wasn't until she felt two hands on her curled body that she flinched and looked up at the tired, panicked, and desperate face of Belle's advisor. She knew what it meant. BB Belle. I felt. Hestia couldn't even speak, her starting words stopping by yet. Another sob as her hands found themselves tightly gripping the half-elf's shirt. What? Have you already heard? Aina gasped. How could she ask that? Doesn't she know how a deity's connection works? Does she really? Think she wouldn't know that? I know it's worrying, but you can't just stay here. He unconscious, but you should be there. When he wakes up. Hestia all but froze. Unconscious. Only unconscious. Belle was unconscious. Unconscious meant alive. Where is he? Hestia's voice came out cold and demanding as she bore a hole into Aina's eyes, her tear-stained face and hardened eyes making the half-elf feel a chill as she squeaked. He should be getting treatment at the Dien Sect Familiar Pharmacy. Hestia didn't hesitate to run past the elf and out the door as fast as she could. She had to see Belle. Belle's advisory hadn't hesitated to run out and find her after learning that her precious child had been found in a dark room all alone. She could have just made the report and waited until there was an official notice to have someone sent to tell her what happened, but instead, the woman had personally gone to make sure she knew that something had happened to Belle and where to find him. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't even thanked her for that. So yeah, Hestia owes the guild member a bit. She showed that she cared about Belle and went above and beyond what a person at the guild would typically do. She can respect her for that. So, it would only be fair to at least show that respect. But that doesn't mean she's letting her have Belle. Not even close. Fine, let's go see Miss Tweel. Hestia huffed, purposely using her last name. Belle's expression lit up. Right. I also have to sell my magic stones. I got a lot today. Oh, really? Mortal and goddess happily walked together as the sky darkened, enjoying each other's precious company as they walked to the guild. Soon, they entered the iconic Pantheon building of Rio before splitting off for a little, with Belle going to the exchange counter to sell his magic stones while Hestia went to Aina's booth to ask for one of the back rooms to talk to her privately. Belle didn't think much as he poured in all his magic stones in the space of the exchange, but, suffice to say, he was quite surprised at the total value. Is this right? He uttered, staring at the total valus before him. Yup, 9,234 valus. Seems like you've had a really great day today, Belle. The pink-haired friend and co-worker of Aina, Misha Flut, beamed at the boy. Most solo level 1 adventurers can only make around 5,000 valus a day at most, but look at you. I'm surprised too. I stayed longer than usual in the dungeon today, but I didn't think I'd end up with this much. Belle replied honestly as he stared at the coins. Maybe you're getting a bit of luck to balance out what happened to you in the dungeon. Misha joked. Belle flinched at that. Right, the guild did know his story of the 5th floor since he had told it to the Ganesha Familiar, excluding anything about the system. He'd have to be careful not to accidentally reveal more than he already had. For the most part, Misha saw his reaction and winced with guilt. Sorry. That was too soon. Belle blinked in surprise. You actually believe the report? Misha chuckled. It was confirmed by a god, rookie. Besides, Aina and the rest of us all know you enough to tell that you're not really crazy, just reckless. Speaking of Aina, she's been a little antsy lately. Most likely worrying about a little rabbit's return to the dungeon after almost dying, so check up with her and help calm her down a little, would ya? She winked. Why yes, I'm actually going to talk to her right now. Belle told her, earning a flash of relief. Good. Treat her well, Belle. Misha smiled ominously, but Belle just accepted his hard-earned money and walked away. Aina and Hestia waited for him just past the counter, the former smiling softly as their eyes made contact while the latter pouted, seemingly trying to size her up. Good evening, Miss Aina. Belle chirped as he made it over to them. Hello, Belle. It's good to see you so chipper. The guild employee said. Did you have a good day in the dungeon? Belle nodded happily as the three entered the private room, with Aina locking the door behind them. The best I've ever done, actually. Really? That's good to hear. Aina said genuinely, moving a lock of hair behind her ear as she and the two took seats across from each other. Now, your goddess told me that the two of you wished to speak to me. That brought a touch of tension on the boy as he fiddled with his fingers while looking down nervously. Why yeah, about that. Aina raised an eyebrow while Hestia deadpanned, deciding not to waste any time with this. Belle wants to be able to go deeper into the dungeon and to choose whenever he wants to. She said, plain and simple. Aina's reaction was instantaneous, a gasp of disbelief mixed with concern and a hint of outrage. Absolutely not. Belle, You've only just started going down to the 5th floor. You almost died. There, remember. I thought you were done making light of the dungeon after that. Experience. I know you got lucky before, but that doesn't mean you can go deeper whenever. You want and believe everything will be fine. I know you want to get stronger, but you have to be smart about this. War shadows start showing up on the 6th floor, and you know. They are newbie killers. You shouldn't be there until you've spent at least a few weeks on the 5th floor. You dash. Miss Aina. The half-elf paused at the complete seriousness on Belle's face. I know this seems sudden, but I need you to trust me. I promise that I won't be going to lower floors when I'm not ready, and I'll always be sure to tell you whenever I plan on doing so. It was completely different from all the other times he's asked to go lower, where he would shrink in on himself as soon as she started reprimanding him for being so reckless. This time, he seemed absolutely sure that this was what he wanted to do, to be able to decide whenever he could head deeper. Miss Tweel. Aina turned her head to the boy's goddess, who had an equally serious look on. Her face is Belle's, maybe even more. I know you're worried about Belle, and under normal circumstances, I'd even completely agree that he should never be able to choose when to go lower in the dungeon, especially with how dumb he can sometimes about recklessly rushing forward. Hey! Belle's serious expression fell as he hung his head, yet he didn't argue. Hestia merely carried on. But Belle is special. He'll be going deeper into the dungeon, faster than anyone else, with growth just as quick. I can't explain to you why or how, but he will. You know that I wouldn't just send him to make life determining for the dungeon unless I believe he has the proper judgment to do so. We're not asking you to stop teaching Belle or be more lax on his studies. They've been helping him stay alive so far. Hestia bowed to the half-elf. Thank you for being there for him so far, for caring for him and making sure he survived. We hope you'll keep teaching him after this, but we just ask you to trust Belle and understand when he wishes to move lower. Aina was left flabbergasted. She knew how much Hestia cared about Belle despite not having spoken with the goddess much, but she'd never think she'd actually want Belle to choose whenever to go deeper. She should know how impulsive the boy is. What prompted this change? It didn't make sense. Why was she so sure Belle would be moving so fast when it was not long ago when he ended up? Aina's eyes widened in stunned understanding, recalling the day Belle had been found unconscious. Something else happened in the 5th floor that day, didn't it? She asked in almost a whisper. Hestia narrowed her eyes, but Belle's wince told her everything she needed to know. Was it a skill? It had to be, didn't it? A skill for growing faster. A growth skill. That was probably the rarest skill to ever show up in Rio. Did Belle get such a thing from surviving the 5th floor? It'd make sense, but it didn't feel like that'd be why Hestia would let him hold such a responsibility that could quickly turn into fatal recklessness. Aina knows that she can't stop Belle from entering deeper floors in any legal way. Nor could she demand that he present his secret skills or abilities to prove to her that he should be going lower. The best she could do was verbally demanding him not to go, and even then, he could just ignore her warnings, as so many others had done before. I can't stop you from going even if I tried, you know. She ended up saying, shaky hands, tightly gripping her lap. You didn't even have to tell me. You don't even need my permission. You could have just lied each time and gone deeper, or just go and file a request to the guild not to have an advisor anymore. It hurt Aina to say this, to simply point out how Belle could leave her if he was really that desperate to go deeper, to go and risk getting himself killed. She knows that out of all the advisors, she's the one who's had the most people run from her because of her overbearing workload and expectations, even if they were only meant to make sure she'd never have anyone else die under her watch. Belle. Aina has only known the boy for a few weeks, but out of anyone, he's easily shown the most enthusiasm to learn while following her demands, even when they can be considered a hassle to any aspiring adventurer. She supposed it had only been a matter of time before he got tired of her too. No, Miss Aina. I'm not going to leave you. Aina blinked rapidly at those words and the conviction in them, looking forward and finding the boy's eyes matching his tone. You're one of the reasons I've been able to stay alive for this long. You always took me seriously and made sure I was always ready for each floor. Belle's eyes hardened in earnest. I still need you, Miss Aina. The half-elf gasped, not even realizing her heart had skipped a beat over the relief she felt. Hestia's eye twitched, but she didn't say anything as the half-elf stared at Belle with an open mouth and watery eyes. "Why you do?" Belle nodded. "Everything you've taught me so far has helped me survive. I doubt I would have made it far in the dungeon without it. I want to keep learning from you, Miss Aina. We can even keep things the same if it makes you feel better. For me to only go down a floor whenever you say. It's okay. I just want you to be more open to letting me go deeper sooner, even if it might seem like I'm going too fast at times. I know how much you worry about me, and I haven't helped ease that with some of my choices, but I know that my limits will be completely different from everyone else's. And I know I'm going to have to adjust to them quickly, but I promise to never take them for granted, never again. I promise I'll never go to a lower floor without studying it first, and I'll always come back from the dungeon each time I go. So, Belle bowed earnestly. Please believe in me to survive. Aina stared at Belle with wide eyes at the end of his plea. He genuinely believes that there's something different about him from everyone else, and Aina knows Belle enough to see that it isn't coming from arrogance. The responsibility of keeping an adventurer alive falls on their advisor and the adventurer themselves, but there is also an equal responsibility in both to make sure the adventurer can grow and progress to the best of their abilities. As Belle's advisor, Aina has to decide what's best for him while considering his needs and interests for venturing into the dungeon. But she was worried, even if Belle gets as strong as he thinks he will, that didn't make up for experience. It was always through an adventurer's own ambitions, impulsive decisions, and lack of experience that got them killed, and from Aina getting to know Belle, he had seemed full of these things. And yet, that look in his eyes, it's one she's never seen from him before. They still held ambition, but no optimism. They were the eyes of a boy who was absolutely sure of what he wanted to do, who had clearly put deep thought into this choice rather than impulsively decided. He had to have seen something to make him so sure of this. He was different, Aina could tell, yet he was also the same Belle that wanted to get stronger. Part of her was still afraid to give him the leeway he was asking, afraid to ever see Belle end up in one of the many body bags brought out of the dungeon. But he took the time to bring his goddess and talk to her rather than just leave her. He clearly put a lot of thought into this and seemed to understand the stakes while having the right attitude for them. He won't ever be going down another floor without telling her first. Both he and his goddess were so sure about this. Aina gulped down her nerves. He promised to always come back alive. Belle, are you absolutely sure about this? He better not be lying. The boy raised his head and didn't even hesitate. I am. Or she'd never forgive him. Aina didn't like this at all but came to a decision. Or herself. Fine. Belle's eyes lit up like the sun as his mouth opened joyfully. Thank you, Miss Aina. Suddenly, Aina's glasses menacingly flashed as she adjusted them. Don't thank me, Buster. If you want to go down that fast, then you'll have to work for it. That had Belle's smile freeze as she went on. I'll make sure you never go down a floor unless you score at least a 98 on the exams I give you for them. All right. Belle paled. Sure, he tended to have pretty good scores in the tests Aina gave him to prepare for their affiliated floors, but now he'll have to go that high each time. He'll have to spend so much time studying. Why not just make it 100 at that point? Hestia asked in sarcasm. The advisor sharply turned to her with glaring eyes. You're right. It'd be better for him to know absolutely everything if he wants to move down and survive, right? Belle slowly turned to his goddess with a flat look, the short woman looking away with an awkward whistle of nonchalance. He then sighed before turning back to Aina, deciding not to be annoyed and simply glad they had come to an understanding. Thank you, Miss Aina. I promise not to let you down. Then he gave her that smile. That damn smile. That smile so pure and innocent, yet so earnest and promising. Aina's cheeks reddened, but she tried to hide them by turning her head away while crossing her arms. Please don't make me regret this, Belle. As Belle immediately started giving words of reassurance, Hestia narrowed her eyes at the half-elf. Hands off. That went well. Belle smiled happily as he and his goddess left the Pantheon, passing by several adventurers. We didn't even have to tell her anything about, you know. Hestia held his hand as they walked, looking satisfied yet having a slight wrinkle of unease between her eyes. But now she knows you have something that's helping you get stronger. Belle looked down at her with a reassuring smile. But she won't ever have any reason to think more of it, right? She probably thinks it's a skill. So you don't have to worry about her ever saying anything to Uranos, right? I guess. Hestia grumbled before then looking up at him. I'm just worried, Belle. I know. You trust your advisor, and even I think she might be better than I thought, but we're in a really scary position right now. Belle nodded understandingly at that. He holds a power that completely violates every piece of common sense in Ororio, and while it can help him get strong enough to be the hero he's always wanted to be, it can also have others view him as simply dangerous. Especially if anyone learned he has a key that makes an instant dungeon. Ah, he knew he had forgotten something. Ow, Hestia. Actually, this is probably better to say back home. Belle, why does that sentence fill me with overwhelming dread? Maybe because you're saving us time by giving your reaction early. Uyu. Hestia's free hand clasped her face as she groaned. I thought we were done. With all the crazy things. That's probably our first problem, assuming they'd stop so soon, Belle awkwardly chuckled. Yeah. It said a lot that Hestia simply expected to hear something insane again. It made the rest of the pair's walk home to be calm, albeit with the goddess looking as if she had just aged several years. Along the way, Belle took them through a shortcut in an alleyway between a few buildings, not wanting to pass in front of the restaurant with the scary maid girls. At the same time, an elf carrying groceries just missed them as she walked out of a different alleyway, a somewhat solemn expression as she wondered if she'd ever get a chance to apologize to the boy she had held at knife point. The moment Belle and Hestia made it back to the church's basement, the latter turned around and plopped herself on the end of the bed, crossing her arms under her bust. All right, Belle, lay it on me. She deadpanned. What sort of crazy thing did the system give you this time? Belle gulped nervously before reaching into his inventory, pulling out the unique green key he had been given, and presenting it before his goddess. I got this key from my random item box after my daily quest this morning. Hestia raised an eyebrow. Really? What does it go to? Well, according to the system, it makes. He scratched his cheek as his voice went timid. A dungeon. Belle saw the exact moment Hestia's rebuilt reality of chipped glass once more shattered, this time turning into thousands of pieces as it became an irreparable mess of dust. The horror in her eyes didn't even last long, and Belle witnessed his goddess go through each stage of grief in just under a minute. You're joking, Belle, right? You have to be. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course you're not. And maybe we could do something so this all goes away. Maybe leave Ororio and hope the system leaves us alone, too. This is my life now, isn't it? Why is it like this? I just didn't want to be alone. Yep, this is happening. This is a thing now. All right then. It was honestly impressive to Belle how fast Hestia went through all those negative emotions, before ending up as calm as she looked now, standing with crossed arms once again while giving him a nod of understanding. You almost couldn't tell she had just gone through a mental breakdown if not for the fact that her eyes had completely dulled as she looked back up at him. Okay, so you're telling me that you got a key that can make another dungeon. As in, another of the world's deepest and most dangerous labyrinths, with landscapes, crystals, and unspeakable monsters aiming to wipe out humanity. The dead-eyed stare she was giving him brought shivers to Belle's spine. Actually, He cleared his throat, trying to look more confident to help calm her down. Actually, Hestia, I don't think it's like that at all. Her expression didn't change. It has an E-rank rating to it. That finally made her blink, the light returning to her eyes while bringing a mixture of confusion and curiosity with it. E-rank. Belle frantically nodded, feeling relieved. My equipment has the same ranking and it's only basic, so the dungeon the key makes should be like that, too. And the system says I can only use it at a store in a place called Daedalus Street, so it can't be as big as the actual dungeon. Hestia blinked several times as she processed this information. Daedalus Street. Yes. I don't know where that is, though. The goddess looked down with one arm, her bust, while the other was raised to put a finger under her chin in pensive thought. It's one of the districts in Ororio, between the east and southeast main streets. It's a residential area where a lot of the poor live. It's actually known in Ororio for being compared to a labyrinth because of how complex it was built with all its paths. Sometimes people call it the other dungeon. I guess that explains why the key goes there then. Belle joked, hoping to further ease Hestia's fears. Instead, the goddess groaned as she pinched her brow. Okay, so it's not an apocalypse-level dungeon, but creating a dungeon in the city is still pretty bad. Belle couldn't really argue with that. And you're gonna have to go there, aren't you? Hestia looked up at her child in name again, concern in her eyes. For a moment, Belle thought about never using the key to not worry his goddess or risk causing a mass panic in the city. But then the image of giant centipede monsters flashed through his mind, making him shiver. I doubt the system would just let me ignore it for too long. He admitted, bringing a pained expression of understanding from Hestia. Oh, Belle. It's okay. He put on a smile for her. It'll most likely be just another test. That only brought a look of dread. I'll be fine. Really? He quickly reassured. What I'm really worried about is anyone else. Seeing whatever happens or getting hurt because of it. Hestia frowned. That would be super bad. Then, her eyes lit up with a realization. That's right. Belle. The monster feria should be happening near there in 3 days. Belle merely blinked in confusion. Monster. Feria. She nodded. It's something my boss talked about. It's a yearly thing in Rio where the Ganesha familia brings monsters to the surface dash. They bring monsters to the surface. Let me finish. Hestia pouted. They bring them up in cages and use them for public battles. Or some kind of fancy performances. They always host it in the large Colosseum near the end of East Main Street. It's not too far from Daedalus Street. You should go use the key on that day. Hestia, I'm sorry if I'm misunderstanding you, but you want me to create a dungeon when there's gonna be a festival full of hundreds of people nearby. Belle asked in dread. No. Well, I mean, kinda. Hestia did a SOSO gesture. Look, Belle, festivals are always popular, which means there should be a decent amount of adventurers there, including the Ganesha familia, right? Belle nodded, wondering where she was going with this. And my boss told me that the Monster Feria is one of the most popular festivals for Rio. Funny enough, it's not really because of the monsters. It's because of how available it is for anyone to come, especially those who don't have much money and can't really go to exciting events, like people in Daedalus Street. The boy's eyes widened. So they'll be away from there on the day of the festival, bringing less of a chance of anyone getting mixed up with me and the system. Hestia nodded with a smile. Exactly. But not just that. The entrances for the source of any district in the city should be near the walls, including the one on Daedalus Street. That should be far enough away from the festival that if something does go wrong there, then there should be plenty of time for adventurers to react and assemble, especially if Ganesha's children are guarding the area. It made sense to Belle, and while he still didn't like going somewhere and making a dungeon that could possibly cause residents harm in the long run, it was probably better to implement it on a day when most, if not all, would be gone. I'll go on that day then. I just hope nothing too bad happens. Belle tiredly sat on the bed, which Hestia joined while scooting close. Were you planning on going to the festival that day, Hestia? She sighed, flailing her legs a bit in disappointment. I was honestly gonna beg my boss for the day off so we could spend it together, but I guess I'll just work that day instead. Guilt appeared on Belle. I can try and wait another day to deal with the system so we could dash. He was cut off by a finger to his lips, with Hestia looking sternly at him. No, Belle. What you have to do is more important. You don't want people to get hurt, right? That day is your best bet. She lowered her finger, and Belle's head dropped into puppet-like sadness. I know, it's just, it would have been a nice day to treat you. Hestia felt her heart squeeze. This was a chance. Let's go on a date after that day, then. She blurted with stars in her eyes, face becoming much closer than before. Belle blinked in surprise from the sudden enthusiasm before then softly smiling. I'd love to, Hestia. He responded, not thinking much of it. After all, he only truly wished to show his goddess how much he loved her for saving him in his hardest times. His answer brought a squeal from the deity as she wrapped her arms around him tightly. She'd be going on a date with Belle. Maybe the system was actually a secret wingman after all. The days leading up to the Monster Feria hardly felt like anything for Belle. He followed the same routine for each of them. He'd wake up early and head to Arario's wall, finish the daily quest and accept the rewards, and then finally dive into the dungeon where he'd slash away for hours. However, There was one notable thing that happened during one of those days. Just yesterday while he was heading towards the dungeon, actually, a message had appeared. Alarm. An unauthorized force has attempted to peer too deep into the player's being. Rejecting unauthorized force. It was the same message Bell had seen when he had passed by that restaurant with the cute waitresses, one he had completely forgotten about because of what happened. Sadly, Bell hadn't figured out who the unauthorized force was or what was meant by peering into his being. He had told Hestia about it, but besides frantic crying from the goddess about someone stalking my precious Bell, she couldn't offer any insight. She had just told him to be careful and try changing his routes now and then to try and throw the person off. However, besides that, everything else about the last few days had been the same. Today was no different for Bell as he jogged across the walls back to his starting point, lightly breathing, with sweat trailing down from his hair to his bare torso, for he was shirtless. The idea to finish his exercises without his upper clothing came from the day he had gotten the dungeon key. It had merely been a spare thought after finishing the daily quest with his shirt stuck to him from sweat again, a feeling he didn't enjoy. The day after that, he elected to put the idea into practice, ending up enjoying it. The cool morning wind blowing against his uncovered skin as he ran was quite a heavenly feeling for Bell, one he would love to keep experiencing in the future. So he decided to take the habit from now on. Might as well make himself a little more comfortable when exercising. *ring*. Alarm. Complete, running, 10/10 kilometer. Bell stopped with a bit of a slide, having been going somewhat fast, before straightening up, with his hands on his hips, pacing his breathing. It was incredible, compared to the previous days when he'd finished his daily exercises on the brink of collapsing. Today he only felt as tired as he felt on some of his harder dungeon runs, not necessarily close to passing out, but clear that it was a good time to stop. Few status recovery. As the glow cleared all signs of exercising, Bell looked down at himself, his tiredness erasing, while being replaced by giddiness. I wasn't imagining it. The it mentioned was Bell's own body. More specifically, it was the more defined muscles on his arms and abdomen, with the latter clearly starting to form 6 shapes. I'm gonna grow a 6-pack. The results were already undoubtedly visible despite Bell only having started fulfilling these daily quests a few days ago, and he couldn't wait until he had the physique of a true hero. Bell grinned before reaching down to the ground, picking up his shirt and brown jacket next, to where he had conveniently stopped, having learned to measure his running to no heed. Finish here. Putting his clothing and equipment back on, he got to the critical portion of the rewards. Stats. OSTR, G221. Avit, G201. ODEX, G232. OAGI, D562. Mag, H125. Sen, H160. Remaining points, 55. Bell looked over the stats built over the last few days. They had risen a good margin, especially since he had passed Aina's test to go to the 6th floor, where he had learned to hunt frog shooters and war shadows, though once again, it didn't feel like that much of a struggle, surprisingly. His magic stat still hadn't risen at all, but Bell hadn't put any of his bonus stat points into it after last time. Instead, he had opted to use a giant portion of his accumulating points into his vitality, which had been his lowest stat for a time since he tended to quickly kill monsters, while avoiding getting hit with his high agility and sprint skill. So yeah, he should probably learn how to block. After all, he doesn't want to always rely on the bonus stat points to increase his vitality. But now his sense stat was his lowest, a stat Bell still didn't completely understand. However, he couldn't dismiss it. He knew it had to do with his senses and was smart enough to conclude it'd help him a lot. Besides, he knows that he should probably work on keeping his stats evened out in the first place. 40 stats in sense and 15 in magic. OSTR, G221. Avit, G201. ODEX, G232. OAGI, D562. Mag, H125-H140. Sen, H160-G200. Remaining points, 0. Done with that, he moved on to the last thing. Random item box. The present appeared, bringing a smile to the boy. His last 2 random boxes had been okay. A fancy-looking pen, then a brand new canteen, he was also looking forward to this one. It was just fun to guess what he'd get next. He quickly opened the present and pulled out a bottle. Infernus Vinum, the highest quality wine created by the demon clans. Created by the what now? Belle blinked several times at the fancy black bottle with gold and blood-red labeling. What's a demon? Meh, he'll probably learn that in the long run. Belle slid the bottle into his inventory before turning his head to look outward at Ororio. Even from so high above, he could see crowds of people heading to the east, where the Colosseum is. He took a deep breath of the cool air. It was time. I'll make sure to come back home, Hestia. Freya smiled as she held a cup of tea, her silver eyes gazing out an open window while her fingers thrummed on the wooden table in the cafe where she was seated. It was a simple place, with wooden floors and a relatively calm atmosphere, partly thanks to Freya using a dark cloak to hide her full appearance. There were still stares from practically the entire room, but she was using just enough of her charm to make sure they could only stare dumbly in place rather than throw themselves at her feet. She stared outside at the bustling crowds on East Main Street, recalling that today was Ganesh's yearly monster feria. Personally, she's never been interested in such a thing, to see the dungeon's monsters used in extravagant performances where they'd be simply slain a little more fancily than in the dungeon. Monsters simply didn't interest her. Unless purple eyes flashed through her mind. Freya shivered. Once again, there were equal parts fear as there was excitement in what she was feeling, the threat of being ravished that had her loins quivering at the thought. Yo, Freya. Sorry to keep you waiting. She'd best calm herself. Freya elegantly set her tea down as she turned to the fellow goddess who had invited her here. In the first place, Loki. Not at all. I just arrived myself. The trickster took the seat across from Freya while the beautiful blonde she recognized as the Sword Princess stood right behind her, still as a statue. I heard that you received quite the scolding from your children after the banquet the other day, Loki, Freya said with mirth. The redhead recoiled. Where did you hear that? Indeed, as Freya stated, Loki was admonished by many of her children, mainly Reveria, for suddenly leaving Ganesha's banquet without any information on Belle's whereabouts. It wasn't necessarily the goddess not finding information about him that was the issue. It was more how her tunnel vision for AIS had caused her to rush out after having half-assed her search for Hestia or her residence. The saddest part was her children weren't even surprised by this. I overheard some of your cute children speaking about it. Seems that you're looking for someone, no? Freya chuckled as she rested her head in her hand. None of your business, sex for brains. Loki huffed, although with no real bite behind the insult. Freya hummed before eyeing the Sword Princess, who was surprisingly pouting at Loki, such a rare and surprising expression to see on the previously named doll princess. It appears she has her own reasons for wishing to find this mysterious person. So when are you going to introduce her? Why I need introducing? This is our first time officially meeting, after all. Loki lazily waved her hand to present her favorite child. This is my cutie patootie AIS, that good enough for YA. Nice to meet you. AIS politely bowed, but despite no change to her expression, there were still small blushes on her cheeks from Freya's charm. How cute, I can see why you've taken a liking to her. But why bring her with you here? Loki laughed as she started affectionately patting Ayaz's back, much to the blonde's discomfort. Foo. Today's the monster feria, so what better time to have a lovey-dovey date with my cute AIS, you know? And if I leave her alone, my little princess will go straight back into the dungeon, so somebody's got to help her relax. Freya admired how surprisingly soft Loki looked with her child, but this was hardly her true character. Well then, why don't you tell me the reason you've called me out here? Just wanted to have a little chat. It's been a long time. Loki beamed. But Freya wasn't fooled, as shown by her smile getting more pronounced. You're lying again. At this moment, the peaceful, friendly atmosphere between the two grew dark, with both goddesses' smiles turning frosty as their auras brought tension to the room. Fine then. Loki slightly leaned forward in her seat, elbows on the table. What are you up to? Oh, whatever could you mean, Loki? Just like Freya did, Loki could immediately smell the bullshit from her smile. The redhead's eyes finally opened to reveal serious orbs of the same color. You know exactly what I mean. You suddenly poked your head in at the banquet even. Though you never attend those without reason, and I heard you've been gathering information. Lately. What are you scheming this time? Scheming? Oh, how it woes me to hear you make it sound so evil. Freya giggled. The two had a silent standoff for nearly a minute, with Freya innocently smiling while Loki glared with only partially open eyes now. It's a man, isn't it? Freya's smile widened the smallest of margins. Loki finally broke the stare down with a sigh, clearly having seen this before. She leaned back, in her chair with her hands behind her head. So you already have an eye on a child in another familiar. Geez, you sex-crazed goddess. Is that all you ever think about? You act like you're in heat all the time, ready to jump any guy. You see? How rude. I do have standards. You could have fooled me with how you flirt with all the male gods. Keeping them under my thumb has perks. Loki shrugged in a fair enough gesture before putting an arm on the table as she leaned forward again. So who's your target this time? Spill it. I just gotta make sure there won't be any trouble between us. Freya could tell that while Loki had a reasonable claim asking this, what she really wanted was some juicy details. But joke's on her. I don't know. Hey! That threw the trickster goddess off, and she nearly dropped from her chair. Are you serious? Didn't you go on a whole scavenger hunt looking for information on him? Freya chuckled, always enjoying whenever Loki's composure broke. I met him by mere coincidence. He simply walked across my line of sight and I was immediately entranced. He isn't that strong compared to the children in our own familiars. That much I knew just by looking at him. But Freya's smile became smitten as small blushes came to her cheeks. He was beautiful. Clear, transparent, pure. That child had a color I'd never seen before. Her rival for the top nodded her head. She was vaguely aware of Freya's ability to see the colors and luminance of a person's soul. So for her to say that someone's soul has a color she's never seen before, it was no wonder why she ended up so horny again. And yet, to think it holds something so dangerous. Loki froze mid-nod. She felt the change in Freya's composure with that last word. She saw how the beauty's lasting smile dropped as she stared at the flowing river of people outside, so much conflict visible in her eyes. Dangerous? Loki inquired, suddenly feeling super nervous. Not even her preciously AIS. Cutely tilting her head curiously helped to ease her. Freya nodded, yet she seemed inattentive, as if all her attention on Loki had waned, treating her as an afterthought as she became lost in the memory of what she had seen. If I had to compare it, it was like staring at death itself. Those violet flames flaring with burning eyes of the same color, its large armored figure. Black as night, its whimsical cloak flowing as if made from darkness itself. The overwhelming power that threatened to consume her whole. It was the first time in existence that I've felt true caution for my very being. Loki's eyes shot open the widest they could be. Did Freya just admit that she had basically been afraid? Of what? What the hell had she seen in some random guy's soul? It left me so overwhelmed that I had lost sight of the child without even getting his name. Freya moved on as if she hadn't said something so concerning. Ever since then, I actually haven't been able to find anything about him. With others before, they at least had something to their names, but it seems like that child is not well known at all, and the banquet didn't get me anything about him. She sighed. And the one time I've managed to find him again. She had been up on the highest floor of the Tower of Babel, watching the general public of Rio with her divine mirror as she so intensely searched for the soul that had shaken her core not long ago. It was at some point in that morning when Freya's effort gave success, for she gasped as she found that familiar set of snow-white hair rushing down the streets with a bright smile accompanying it. Freya had felt overjoyed at finding the boy and had instinctively tried to once again peer at his soul, watching him closely for a few minutes while in the safety of her home. But out of nowhere, the child stopped running, nearly tripping as he came to a stop. He suddenly had a panicked look in his eyes, looking around frantically as if searching for someone out to get him. Just like when Syr had seen him. Did he sense an ability to sense the gazes of others? Was it perhaps on for divinity? Or was it just her? How many secrets did this precious child hold? But before Freya could even think to start to explore her ideas, it came back. One moment, she had been staring at the child she so dearly wished to have, but the next thing she knew, the entire surface of her mirror had been filled with the monster and his imposing figure. Violet eyes of violence glared at her, leaving Freya breathless once more as her body instinctively started shaking. This was it, the feeling of fear and excitement she had missed. But she wasn't able to relish it for long, for a pulse of power erupted from the figure, to which her mirror shattered into hundreds of pieces, erasing the overwhelming pressure she had been feeling from it. And at the worst time, too, she had been so close. Loki once again felt uncomfortable, this time by the flushed cheeks and dopey smile Freya had, especially since she was showing teeth while giggling. Oi, why are you turned on? Freya blinked out of her trance before coughing into her fist, regaining her composure. She turned back to Loki with her blush gone and an innocent, close-eyed smile on her face. Ara, whatever could you mean, Loki? If you're gonna lie again, then at least don't use the same line you did moments ago. As the two goddesses got into a back-and-forth, AIS slightly turned to look outside at the influx of people traveling in the same direction. She had seen Loki's shocked reaction to Freya's admission, an alarm that was rare to ever see on the goddess, which meant this was serious. One of the top goddesses in Rio, scared. Scared of what? AIS wondered what the answer could be as she absent-mindedly stared at the people walking along the ground below her. Different assortments of hair passed by her eyes, black, red, gold, white. Her eyes widened the tiniest fraction as she caught sight of the familiar white hair belonging to the boy she had found in the dungeon. His ruby-red eyes were bright, and AIS realized now that it was her first time actually seeing them since he had been unconscious when he'd been found. What's up, AIS? Ever sensitive to her, AIS senses, Loki stopped bickering with Freya and glanced back at her with a raised eyebrow. I saw him, AIS answered, trying to keep sight of the boy but struggling to do so as he went through the crowds. His going to the Colosseum. For a second, Loki was close to wailing at the thought that her precious AIS had her attention on a boy, but funny enough, it was that exact thought that had her realize who the him referred to. Her eyes lit up at the realization, to which she formed a predatory grin. Well, I'll be damned. Guess he likes festivals too. Loki abruptly stood up, much to the curious confusion of Freya. Sorry, Freya, we've got business to get to. After him, AIS. I'll catch up. Not even looking at her goddess, AIS nodded before jumping on top of the windowsill of the second floor, then leaping out of it. As for Loki, she turned around and dashed down the stairs so fast that she comedically left a cloud of dust behind. And so, Freya was left by herself, tilting her head. How curious. I still don't see AIS or Loki. Tiona Hyrute, level 5 Amazon, alias Amazon, of the Loki familiar, declared this as she stood on one of the large cubed stones holding one of the many giant pillars of the Colosseum. The dark-skinned, short-haired beauty had a hand flat over her eyes as she scanned the gathering of people heading into the structure, looking for her friend and goddess, only to fail to find them. They should have passed through here if they're coming to the Colosseum from East Main Street. I wonder if something happened. Tiona's sister, Tion Hyrute, alias Jormungand, crossed her arms as she said this. Like her sister, she was an Amazon of beauty, but unlike Tiona, she had hair past her shoulders and a considerably larger chest, much to her sister's dismay. UWA, I'm sorry. It's because I was selfish and wanted to wait for Miss AIS. The apologetic elf was Leffia Viridis, alias Thousand Elf, a mage with orange hair done in a ponytail. She stood just to the side of the base of the pillar Tiona stood on, holding her hands together while staring down at the ground in shame. The three friends had shown up to the Monster Feria to enjoy it like anyone else but were missing their main fourth, AIS, due to their goddess demanding the blonde to accompany her for the festival as punishment for going back into the dungeon so soon after their most recent expedition had ended. The expedition where they had found that mysterious room coming back. Leffia remembered that day rather bitterly. It wasn't because of her familiar's mistake scaring a herd of minotaurs to the upper floors, nor was it from the concern of what a sudden room in the dungeon could mean. No, what brought about such negative feelings was AIS returning with a human male on her back. The Thousand Elf remembered being utterly outraged that the human had been treated to such a blessing, to have been carried by the wonderful sword princess she admired so much. It should have been me, not him. It's not fair. Leffia comedically cried to herself in jealousy. I want Miss AIS to carry me. That in itself had been bad enough, But then days later AIS returned with Beat and the executives from gaining an official report of what had happened to the boy in the dungeon. After Tiona and Tyon's insistent questioning, AIS had told them the official story the boy had given, provided to them by the captain of the Ganesha familia. Giant statues, following commandments, losing an arm, yet he somehow still has it now. Suspicious. Too suspicious. Even when AIS told them that the human, Bell's, story had been verified by 2 deities, it was still too suspicious. Especially since it was bringing too much of Miss Iris's attention to him. This had to be a trick. A plot from the human to make AIS guilty so she'd go to him even. Though it was her fault. Was being carried by her not enough? Was he using the minotaur incident against her to be pushy for even more? How blasphemous. What that his plan all along? To trick her with his vile ways and guilt. Her into doing whatever he wanted with her. Like holding her hand. Hugging her. Would he try to kick dash? Oh, Lefia, are you alright? Tyon asked beside her. UWA. The elf hadn't even realized her face had gone beet red with steam coming from her head. She quickly shook her head of those scandalous thoughts. Why yes. I'm sorry. You're still feeling bad about this? Don't worry, Lefia. It's fine. Tiona resaged from above. I wanted to wait for AIS, too. We'll enjoy the festival together, alright? Alright. Lefia nodded, before looking forward at the crowds of the festival. She won't let that human get his hands on Miss AIS, no matter what. And if he ever shows up, like how he's currently heading towards them, then she'll make sure to give him a piece of her mind. Wait, what? Sure enough, Lefia saw the source of her conflict running through openings in the crowd, seemingly heading towards the Colosseum where she was, only to stop a considerable distance away and look side to side with a slight frown, seemingly unsure of where to go next. But Lefia didn't care about that. You. She hadn't meant to yell as loud as she did, but she had already been in a complicated state of mind. Her voice bellowed over the noisy crowds, enough that the boy yelped with a jump as he looked in her direction. Several other pairs of eyes had joined to look at her in shock, but Lefia hardly cared about them at the moment due to her tunnel vision. Whoa, what's up, Lefia? Hey, Lefia. Tiona's words were left ignored as the 1,000 elf zeroed in on her target, stomping towards him with flames in her eyes and hands into fists while the human wilted back in a mixture of fear and confusion. I don't know what spell you used to make Miss AIS want to meet you, but it won't work. I'm on to you. Her dash. What dash? The boy backed up with growing confusion as Lefia got closer. I'll make sure to stop you. I won't let you get your way. You stay away from Miss AIS. You dash. I'm sorry. I really don't have time for this. I hope you get the help you need, Miss Elf. Hey. Lefia blinked, momentarily stopping in confusion, especially since the boy had suddenly taken off on the street perpendicular to the Colosseum to her left, his right. She watched him go for a few seconds, still processing his words. Then, she fully registered what he said. I hope you get the help you need, Miss Elf. Lefia's face burned with embarrassed red as angry tears formed in the corner of her eyes. Did he just call me crazy? Why that. Human. Lefia. What was that? The young elf suddenly froze in place, finally recalling where she was. She slowly turned her head and saw not only the Amazon sisters giving her weird looks, but also the large crowd of people she had attracted from her initial yell. Aye. Shame like no other burned through Lefia as she covered her face with her hands, her head once more turning red as steam leaked out. I am so sorry. I wasn't thinking straight. I'm not mad, but do consider how your actions would reflect our captain and the familia. Tyon frowned. But I don't think I've ever seen you so mad at someone. Who even was that? Didn't he look kinda familiar? Tiona added, staring in the direction the boy had left with. Her face scrunched, trying to remember where she had seen him. Suddenly, another voice called out from afar. Oh, aye. The 3 females blinked before turning their heads to oncoming clouds of dust, finding AIS running towards them with their goddess trailing right behind her, a hand happily waving at them. Hey, it's AIS and Loki. Tiona cheered. And Miss AIS. Lefia gasped happily, eyes and mouth open. AIS came to a stop in front of her peers, expression still neutral as always. Tiona, Tyon, Lefia. She greeted them each. We were waiting for you too. Now we could watch the monster fights together. Tiona smiled. No time for that. My sister in surfaces. Loki cut in, wrapping an arm around Tiona's shoulders while her head craned around them. We caught sight of Itty Bitty Sprat around. Here. Who? Tyon asked, raising an eyebrow. The adventurer I found in the dungeon. The one with the white hair. AIS answered, also, looking around for any sign of him. The one who went through, you know. Tiona asked hesitantly, remembering what AIS told them of his story. Yep. Wanted to talk to him about a few things, remember? To hear it all from his little mouth. You see where he went? Loki asked. ROO. Both Amazons responded in unison as their heads slowly turned to Lefia, who froze in place, with a look of horror. Ow! Lefia kinda just scared him away. Tiona bluntly admitted. AIS turned to the elf as if she had just kicked a puppy, lips quivering in sadness. It sucker-punched Lefia in the gut. ACK. I am sorry. The elf rapidly bowed up and down apologetically. Seriously? Why'd you go and do that? Loki scratched her head in annoyance. Whatever. So which way he go? I've had Mama on my ass already about getting him. I ain't resting until I finally do. He ran off in that direction. Tyon pointed to a road southeast. Then come on, ladies. Let's go rabbit hunting. Loki didn't even wait for arguments as she and AIS took off. He really did look like an Almirage, didn't he? That's so cute. Tiona laughed as she and Tyon followed not a moment later. Wait for me. Lefia cried out, running after them. The group went to Bel's general direction while guessing his path based on where they thought a person would most likely go during the festival, ending up in a large, open plaza, with shops lining the borders. That was when the shaking began. And it wasn't long until plant-like monsters burst from the ground all around them. Bel wasn't exactly proud of his decision to run away from the crazy girl that had been approaching him. But could you really blame him? The last time an angry, attractive elf had gotten a hold of him, he ended up on a wall with a blade to his throat, so excuse him for running away. Are all elves just that scary? Thinking about it now, the only elf Bel knew personally was Miss Aina, and even she was outright terrifying whenever she got angry at him for being reckless in the dungeon. Is it an elf thing? They are a much prouder, stiffer race from what Gramp had told him. Wait, no. He has more important things to think about right now. After running away from the pretty elf, he went through a series of alleyways and other passages before making it to another street near Arario's walls, passing by many buildings that seemed to be hotels or inns in one way or another, probably to accommodate tourists. Bel followed the path until the beautiful brick buildings turned into cheaper wooden inns, signaling him that he had finally entered the poor district that was Daedalus Street, to which he stopped. He looked around him, finding the destitute area barren of people, no doubt because of the monster feria like Hestia had expected they'd attend. Here we are. The level 1 adventurer reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded paper, extending it, to reveal a map of Orario that he had made sure to buy. On it, there was a circle he had marked where the sewer entrance for Daedalus Street should be, which had been easy to find, since there was one in each district shown on the map. Okay, I should be here, Bel began, walking forward as he followed the map to the best of his ability. So if I just walk this way for a bit, the sewer entrance should be. As Bel trailed off, he looked to the left, finding a narrow alleyway between 4 buildings that seemed to be leading towards some sort of open area. He grinned. Found it. He took a quick look around him as he started sneakily inching towards the alleyway, and once Bel was sure no eyes were on him, he jumped into the narrow path and into the opening. At the other end, Bel came to a square clearing surrounded by brick and stone walls. There was hardly anything in the area besides dusty older crates in a corner, but the only thing that needed to be here was the metal door in a Greek-like archway right across from him. Is that it? The aspiring hero put his map into his inventory as he walked across the clearing, warily, looking around for any traps from the system, before making it to the evidently old door. After another few looks around him, Bel faced forward and nervously grabbed the rusting handle. Part of him expected the door to be locked, but to his surprise, it opened easily, albeit with loud creaking from its hinges. He was met with stone stairs spiraling underground into darkness, making him nervously gulp down saliva. That sure looks ominous. But I'm not just supposed to enter here, am I? Bell reached into his inventory, this time pulling out the green key. Item, dungeon key. Item class, E. Type, key. A key that allows you to create an instant dungeon. You may use this at the saw. Entrance on Daedalus Street. The entrance, he muttered to himself. It says at the entrance. Do I just use it here? He unsurely held the key in his right hand as you would when planning to insert it into a door. To his surprise, the tip of the key flashed gold before blue lightning sparked and covered the entire doorway he had been about to step in, making him gasp as he jumped back with the key disintegrating from his palm. What was left was some sort of glowing blue entrance in front of him. Is this a portal? Bell had no idea where the portal would go or how to prepare for it. Sure, he brought a few potions and some Jagamarukan in his inventory, but he didn't have any information about what he'd face, unlike whenever he went into the dungeon. Taking a moment to think, a look of determination formed on the boy. The most important thing for me right now is to know what I'm getting into first. If I can't handle it, then I'll just run away and prepare as needed. Plan in mind, Bell confidentially marched right into the doorway, sparks of blue flashing around him as he fully stepped to the other side. Only, hey, isn't this the same stairway I saw? He blinked, finding nothing different about where he had walked in. Alarm. You have entered an instant dungeon. Then came the sound of crumbling behind Bell, to which he turned around and cried in alarm. To see the gateway of blue seemingly transfiguring into a barrier of dark blue crystal, trapping him. Hey. Wait. Bell's hands felt the wall in front of him, fear and panic conveyed through his increasing rate of breathing. He started banging the crystal a few times with his fist before trying to slam through it with his shoulder, producing no results. No. I'm really trapped. Why? How do I dash? *ring. Alarm. You cannot leave the dungeon. Either kill the boss or use a return crystal. Bell paled. Kill the boss. There's a boss. A boss. The only thing Bell could affiliate with the word would be a monster at the end of the dungeon, a final opponent of great strength leading the rest. The boy robotically turned his head down at the smoky stairs below. The next part is on its way, so unless you want to be that one person who hears about it last, like and subscribe now to stay ahead of the game. Trust me, you won't want to miss what happens next. It's about to get epic. Thanks for listening. Catch you in the next chapter.